Welcome, everyone. Tonight's topic is extraterrestrials can exist even if you do not want them to exist. This is something people have been looking forward to. And I think there's a little something for everyone, as the saying goes, because I've been taking the inputs from people and adding more and more slides to the presentation on specific topics and watching numerous YouTube videos that were suggested. And also watching 2 videos on Tubi. So I think it ought to be interesting. But as usual, first we'll do the news. So the James Webb Space Telescope, it's all unfurled. It's aligning its mirrors, the primary and the secondary. And they're using one instrument right now called the Near Infrared Camera, or the NIRCam. And they're gathering light from a particular star. This star is in Ursa Major. It's not a really bright star, and it's not too dim a star. It's about, I think, magnitude 7 or so. Henry Draper catalog is 84406. And the email I also put in its equivalence, which is Hipparcos 48034 or Smithsonian 14987. Or Tycho 4139-971-1. And it's in Ursa Major. If you have a small telescope or even binoculars, you should be able to spot it. Nothing fancy about it. It just happens to be in a part of the sky that is easiest for the JWST to point to at this point in time without expending a lot of fuel. So they're going to be adjusting the 18 primary mirrors and the secondary mirror to get them all pointed in the same direction towards the tertiary mirror. And it's going to take, I think they said roughly 3 months to, to get it all lined up. And here's a sad day that's going to happen in the not too distant future. 2031, NASA is expecting to deorbit the International Space Station. I just want to know if they're going to deorbit it, will they already have a replacement in its place? I don't want to see what they did with the space shuttle program. They discontinued the space shuttle program when they had no alternative, and then we were paying Russia to get up to the ISS. And we had to wait for SpaceX to come up with the Falcon 9 rocket and the Dragon crew capsule before NASA had a local delivery service.
Was that more expensive for us to have Russia send us up, or? Yes.
Russia was more expensive by several $1 million per flight.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow. And the other thing is
the money to invest in Ukraine.
Yeah, and the other thing is not just the price in money, but the price in kind of humiliation. Every time I saw anybody being launched by a Soyuz, I would remember, like, if someone could go to the past and talk to Ronald Reagan and tell him, people are hiking, taking a hike with the Soyuz, and just see how he would react. That's kind of humiliating to.
Yeah.
I gather I didn't feel humiliated for the fact that I thought that they were saving money on it, that we weren't putting all that money into the space program.
No, they discontinued the shuttle before they had any alternative in place, and they still had the International Space Station up there that they need to cycle astronauts through every few months. So they said, how are we going to do this? And Russia said, give us some money, we'll do it for you. We have Soyuz. But Soyuz is very expensive because the capsules might be recoverable with the people in them, but the entire launch vehicle, first and second stage, is a throwaway. With Falcon 9, the first stage is reusable. The second stage is a throwaway, and the capsule is reusable. So it's millions of dollars cheaper to go to the ISS using SpaceX than it was using the Russian Soyuz.
So why did we do that?
There was such a knee-jerk response to the loss of the Columbia that NASA was backed into a corner and told the shuttle has got to stop. We can't have more egg on our face, losing more astronauts, 5, 6, 7 at a time. So they shut it down once they figured we'll have the Russians take us up. But
And they
now
just
we have
figured it that,
SpaceX.
so if it exploded, that it be on the Russians, not on us.
I hope they use the space station now to actually use as a platform to build the new one. Because
I don't
it's
know what they're
easier
going
like
to do.
that than from starting from, zero.
I don't know what they're going to do. It does take quite a bit more effort to start from zero. But remember, starting from zero means the US government will be giving billions of dollars to all those military industrial corporations
Yep.
to build new, throw away the old, just discard it, burn it up, build new. So I'm guessing they're going to say, oh, that's old stuff. You need to build new. I want new.
Well, your news article says that it's going to crash to the Earth in 2031.
It's actually going to crash to the Pacific Ocean.
Okay,
NASA's
that's
not
part of
so
Earth.
dumb as they make it land in a populated area.
Right.
Yeah, but it's not reusable. If you cut loose certain parts of it, like the solar panels, when you cut them loose, they're going to go on their own orbit. So you'd have to go, have somebody go up there and be the cowboy to wrestle the parts back together. Because the moment you cut them loose, they go on a different orbit. They don't just hang out where the ISS is. They have their own delta V when you cut them loose.
That's going to be a very complex deorbiting operation.
They're already planning it. They've been planning. Remember, the space station actually got an extension of 5 years to take it to 2031. So they've been planning its demise for more than 5 years.
Oh no, I heard like a few years ago that was supposed to go 2022.
Yeah.
I think it was, they got more 10 years and then more 5 years.
Yeah.
And they still extend it?
I just think it's stupid. They can replace components. They can upgrade components. It's stupid. That's my personal.
So maybe they could turn around and in 5 years say, wait a minute, this is stupid. Let's just update it.
In a few more years, you'll have a new presidency, and maybe they'll have a different attitude for NASA, and who knows?
And so you would like them to update it, not to start over again.
Yes. I don't mind them building a second one because we might need a backup. So go ahead and build a second one. I'll give you some of my tax money.
But then in between this time today and that date, the space station could have a huge failure because sometimes leaks, sometimes has some kind of other problems. So we comment before the space station has some capsules around that is like for emergencies, like solar storms or any kind of problem or space crash.
There's one right there. There's a Soyuz capsule sitting right there. It's got its solar panels extended. There's another Soyuz right there. So there's 2 Soyuz escape capsules sitting there.
Yeah, so it could have like a structural failure, and it could be, forced to be abandoned. So because, some stuff in the space station are really problematic.
even a brand new space station could have that same thing happen to it.
Yep.
So that's why you need more than one. So another launching company called Astra, they launch smaller stuff, and they usually launch it from other than Florida. And they were going to try to launch something today, but they had a problem with some of the equipment on the range system there. I don't know what it was. They didn't get specific, but tomorrow they're going to try again to launch. They've got 4 CubeSats. I think they're calling them nanosats. The ELANA, E-L-A-N-A, 41 mission. Sunday at 1 p.m. Eastern time. So you can watch it tomorrow if you want to.
NASA covering it? Who's
It's at NASA's launch complex. So I'm going to guess that NASA is covering it. And if NASA is not covering it, then look for Astra,
Yeah.
E-L-A-N-A. It's not an enormous rocket. There's no huge gantry. There's a little strong back behind it.
What's it going to do?
It's going to launch 4 CubeSats that are university provided. So they're, teaching college kids all about satellites.
Oh,
Now it is NASA because you can see the meatball right there. So it's a NASA flight.
The other one that broadcasts some space flights is Space Flight Now, that you can watch it and they comment and it's kind of
there's
fun.
a lot-
Some
that's why I
cool
say-
kids.
That's why I say if you just go on YouTube and look for Astra Ilana, you'll probably find multiple people willing to show it to you. So not only have we privatized space flight, suborbital and orbital on the Earth, we're also going to be privatizing exploration missions to places like Venus. If you remember, there's a lot of enthusiasm as to the atmosphere of Venus maybe having signs of life, and the atmosphere of Venus being not quite as acidic as we thought it was. So there's a private organization that has Venus Life Finder missions. They're sending small satellite to Venus. They're calling it a 100-pound robotic probe. I think it's just an atmospheric probe. The cost is being covered by Rocket Lab, which is a launching company. They typically launch out of New Zealand. So I don't know if they're going to use a Rocket Lab launch vehicle and if they're going to launch from New Zealand or Florida or Alaska or wherever. But MIT is actually the lead of this particular probe program, Sarah Seeger at MIT. So private deep space probing. So SpaceX was busy this week. On the 2nd, they launched NROL-87. That's a clandestine spy satellite for the National Reconnaissance Office. That's what the NRO
That is so funny
stands
because
for.
it is something that is supposed to be covered, but it's right there in front page.
Well, I mean, it's being launched from Space Force Base in California, which everybody can see. And it was really a good launch because the sky was clear enough that from the ground, they actually had live video of the first stage separating from the second stage and the second stage igniting. So that was the first time I ever saw live video. That's like 30 miles up. And they had it right there on the screen live. So that was kind of cute to watch that. And then later in the week, the next day, another Starlink mission. They launched 49 Starlink satellites. It was a reused rocket that was used to launch Crew 1, Crew 2, XM radio, and CRS-23, and the X-ray probe, the NASA X-ray probe. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This was the 6th time that first stage booster had been used. That really drives the price down when you don't have to build a new booster each time.
Is that the one that went into polar orbit?
No, this one was in the normal orbits for Starlink. This wasn't polar.
There was one maybe with an Italian satellite this past week that went
Yes.
into polar orbit. And I don't know if anybody else saw it, but it was spectacular. I could see it from my house, clear from the north to the south horizon and
Yep.
straight overhead. It was beautiful.
Yeah, normally they'll launch the polar orbits from California, but this was the first time they launched a polar orbiter from Cape Canaveral. And when they launched it, they had to change the trajectory of the rocket to bend further south sooner to avoid any potential of it landing on the Bahamas should anything go wrong, which is why us in South Florida could see it so well. Is it really bent south. It launched and then took a, as they refer to it, a dog leg to the south. But yeah, I kind of like if you live near Vandenberg in California, or if you live near, Southeast Florida, or if you live in southern Texas, you're going to start to see more and more interesting stuff flying around. So some of those meteorite hunting guys that make a lot of money off of doing it, they found
There's
that
a lot of people like me who buy them.
yes, they found, and museums too, if you can get big enough pieces. They found that Antarctica is a really good place for finding them, still large chunks, because if they hit hard ground, they tend to break up. But if they hit, snow drifts or light ice, they can get the whole meteorite because it'll melt into there. But the problem is they don't know exactly where the majority of them land. And they're really steered by the gravity of the Earth and the atmospheric friction. So they've come up with an artificial intelligence algorithm that will increase the probability of them finding more meteorites by targeting. If you were a meteorite and you simulated, 1,000 meteorite impacts from different directions, where would most of them be? So they're using AI to do meteorite hunting in Antarctica. And I don't know how many people actually pay attention to what I say from time to time, but the electric motors that are in cars are what is referred to as radial motors. The magnets are around the outside of the stator. That's where they're radius, radial. But there's another form of electric motor coil that's called axial. That's where the coils are sort of slice shaped and they go around the stator. So they're a part of the stator. They're not quite as powerful, but they're a lot more energy efficient because with a radial motor, you're creating an enormous amount of magnetic field that probably 30–40% of the energy into the magnetic field comes off the outside of the motor and isn't used for anything. It's just like circular field around the motor. But with an axial, the magnetic fields are down the length of the motor. So there's not a lot of wasted energy creating magnetic field that you don't make use of. So there's this company called Koenigsegg that a couple of years ago, they came out with a new motor design called the Quark. Fancy word, Quark. I think it was a joke. It's more like the name is quark as opposed to the subatomic particle called a quark. Some Star Trek Deep Space Nine fans. So when this motor first kicks off, it uses the radial magnets to get 335 horsepower or 443 pound-feet of torque. So it goes fast off the starting line. But then after about 20 seconds, it will transition into the axial form. So it starts out with 335, 443, but after about 20 seconds, it drops down using the axial coils to 134 and 184, which is fine for cruising on the highway. So you can see what happens here in the power curve. The quark motor takes you up to a certain level, and then the non-quark drives it back down. So you can see that it I don't know if they're going to shift it automatically or if you have to shift it yourself, but it sounds like it kind of runs out of top end velocity at 20 seconds. So it'll be interesting to see if other companies pick up on this technique. I think eventually all automobile and truck and all vehicle motors are going to be axial. The power savings is too much to ignore, and the motor technology is proven. You just have to go build them.
I wonder what they use on trains. Trains are very powerful.
Trains are the old diesel locomotives. They're radial.
No, the electric motor trains. They are wonderful.
I think the existing ones are radial, but I think that this company, Quark, is attempting to get axial motors into electric commuter trains because the energy saving is just enormous by comparison. So, why consume more electricity in your train than you actually need to? So I think you'll find that axial motors for vehicles is probably in the next 5 to 10 years going to be the dominant motor design. You heard it here first. And then kind of as a lead into tonight, Christopher Mellon, former Deputy Assistant Director of Defense in the UK, pointed out that the US government's inability to explain flying objects strengthens the alien hypothesis. Of course, that's his opinion. We'll get into that in a little more detail in the ins and outs of it all. So any other news items that I missed?
Well, I've seen use of data for multiple satellites during the explosion of the last volcano that exploded in Indonesia. And they showed, and I learned a new word is meteor tsunami. So the explosion, they read up the shock waves in the layers of the atmosphere using multiple satellites. And they are going to add that kind of data for predictions of tsunamis and other events that you can see that data, and that data is going to arrive first in the satellites and could be like a warning system to save lives. And I find it really awesome that you find some kind of instrument. That happens a lot in science. That's one kind of instrument that was developed to do that specific thing. Some engineer or the user of the instrument finds novel ways to use those instruments. So I always love, discovering a use of something that was not developed but end up being very useful for saving lives. That's really cool.
Yeah, the volcanic eruption was on Tonga, one of the islands adjacent to the primary island of Tonga in the Pacific.
Yes.
I think that using instruments in new ways without having to redesign the instruments, just,
Awesome.
If you have an instrument that can measure the orbital altitude of your spacecraft down to the millimeter, and you receive a shock wave from a volcanic disruption on the Earth, you can use your tracking of your orbital elevation as a means of judging the size of the shock wave when you do that across, the curvature of the Earth and then at various orbital altitudes. So as Helen pointed out, it's using data that you might not have used for this purpose for new purposes. And next week, we're going to get into that even more so on our measurements of pulsars and how we can actually use pulsars as if they're flashlights to calculate the presence and orbital trajectory of exoplanets that we haven't seen yet. So far, all the exoplanets that we observed come from only two different means of seeing the exoplanet. It's either the wobble of the star as a very, Jupiter-sized planet goes around its parent sun, so that wobble, but that wasn't as good. Now we've got the transit method where the planet goes in front of its parent star and then comes back around and goes again. So that's the transit method. And I think this could offer a new method where we use radio reflection of pulsars as a means of scanning solar systems. So that'll be an interesting discussion next week.
Well, the other thing that you actually comment on my page on Facebook
Mhm.
is the photo of the sun during the night. That one was really cool. Did you guys understand what I'm saying? They took a picture of the sun during night.
Yes.
So basic, they are using neutrinos because neutrinos go through you, through everything all the time. So they use some special neutrino telescope and actually took a picture of the sun when that area was during the night. So
Yeah,
it's not a detail, it's more pixelated picture, but it's really awesome that you can take a picture looking through Earth.
yes, neutrinos are very weakly interacting particles, and the sun produces enormous quantities of neutrinos, as do all other stars, all other fusion reactions. They produce neutrinos. We don't detect the neutrinos directly. The neutrinos at a low probability interact with elements in water, and they produce a small amount of light. So if you put all your light detectors inside of a purified pool of water and you bury that chamber of water underneath the ground for a couple of thousand feet, or you bury it out in the Atlantic Ocean undersea, then the only thing you should theoretically detect are neutrinos, but not directly. You indirectly detect the neutrinos by their, what kind of radiation is it? But I've forgotten the name of it. Cherenkov radiation.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So
On the tip of my tongue, yeah.
Cherenkov.
Cherenkov radiations is the one that you have in pools of reactors.
Yes. So the way in which they detect muon, detect the neutrinos, is through Cherenkov radiation. The neutrino interacts with one of the atoms of the salt compound in the relatively pure water, and it produces a blue photon, a high-end blue photon, and the detectors pick that up. So it's not detecting neutrinos directly, it's indirectly detecting the neutrinos. But since that's the only thing that's producing light, if instead of looking up to the sky, they use the detectors to point down to the Earth, they can actually watch the sun spewing neutrinos as it passes overhead on the opposite side of the Earth, because the neutrinos are passing through the Earth. I think they were just showing off, trying to say, how do we find another way to keep the funding for our neutrino detector? Because they've like checked the box, yep, we can detect neutrinos.
Did I hear you right when you said stealing neutrinos?
Stealing neutrinos? No.
Yeah.
Spewing.
Okay.
Spewing neutrinos. The sun spews neutrinos.
Oh, it gives them out?
It's radiation. It's a form of subatomic radiation.
So it just takes it.
The sun spits them out as a part of the fusion process. Years ago, they tried to simulate fusion as just a mathematical experiment, and they came up short. They weren't getting all the energy out. The math wasn't coming up equal. So they came up with this new subatomic particle called the neutrino. And when you add in the neutrino at a certain energy level, now the fusion math works. So wherever you have fusion, you also have a considerable number of neutrinos coming out of that fusion process. And the neutrinos actually come in different flavors, different kinds of neutrinos. And they've guessed that when the neutrino exits the star as part of the fusion process, it's of a certain kind. And later on, the neutrino can actually flip to the other kind. But then they found neutrinos that were different because they flipped back. And they've created a concept of a new kind of neutrino that doesn't get typed as it comes out of the star. It stays at kind of this intermediate state where it can go back and forth between different states. And they refer to that as a sterile neutrino. So if I look up sterile neutrino.
Oh, there are so many methods to observe
Yeah.
neutrinos. There's superatomic code, phototube, Cherenkov radiation, Sudbury Neutrino Observatory is similar to that. Oh, they use gallium, chlorine, argon,
Yep.
to see if his argon German is left. Minos that use solid plastic scintillators, phototubes, borexino. That one I have never heard. I'm gonna have to read about it.
That's just another example of almost pure water that you slightly pollute with some boron.
Yeah, you can use heavy water too.
Yeah.
Uh,
So anyway, if you're an insomniac, you can look up sterile neutrinos.
Sterile neutrinos. Okay. We love Wikipedia.
There you
Wikipedia rabbit hole.
go. At the moment, YouTube is my rabbit hole.
Yeah, me too.
Yes, sterile neutrinos are Sabina's big thing, right? That she says since they're not detected, we need a whole new cosmology.
Well, you can indirectly prove that theoretical particle should exist, because when you see a neutrino start out at one state and then it flips back and forth to different states along its path through the solar system, then something's got to be the precursor for that. And so they cooked up the sterile neutrino. So that's where Sabine kind of,
Right, but
there's a gap in the math. So let's just cook up a particle that we can't currently detect and have it plug in the gap. It's kind of like with silly string theory saying, all we need is just one more dimension. I know we're at 13 and it's getting silly, but let's go to 14. Same sort of thing. It's like, okay, we've got two kinds of neutrinos because the first one didn't fill in all the gaps. So we came up with a second kind of neutrino. But we've detected the coloring, as they call it, which color neutrino it is. We've detected both of those. But then we have the same neutrino that's flipping back and forth. Like, where's that coming from? So they invented this sterile neutrino that can flip back and forth. Okay, any other news items?
No.
Tonight's presentation is extraterrestrials can exist even if you do not want them to exist. This is a variation on, I guess what you could say, Neil deGrasse Tyson says, which is basically, you don't have to believe in science for science to exist. Yeah, okay. Same sort of thing. You don't have to believe in extraterrestrials. They can still exist, even if you don't want them to. So that's what we'll be looking into tonight is information, debunking the information, and then debunking the debunking of the information, coming up with alternative suggestions for people to go off and spend hours searching the internet or watching YouTube videos. But that's what we're going to be doing tonight. People are afraid of change, whether they're willing to admit it or not. They like sort of the status quo because they've already expended the effort to accommodate whatever their environment is. And if something comes in and disrupts it, then they got to put out work again and change their mind, and they'd rather stay in their comfort zone of things work the way they know them to work, and nothing is going to change that. So they'll actually go to considerable effort to avoid expending the less than considerable effort to just shift things. it's kind of like flat earthers. Flat earthers will spend enormous amounts of energy trying to explain why the earth is flat when, okay, or, the moon landing was a fake, despite all the evidence to the contrary. But, people get a certain attitude or a certain basis in life, and they really don't like that to be disrupted. But this is not contemporary. This is something that's been a part of the human population for a long time. If you go back and look to when people were first going to Australia and they saw this thing called the duck-billed platypus, and they saw kangaroos, and they came back to Great Britain and said, "You'll never believe what I saw." And the general population in England at the time would say, "No, you didn't see that. That's crazy." Despite all the evidence they had, but when they first started seeing them, they didn't have digital cameras or internet videos. So what evidence did they have? Well, they weren't going to bring a platypus or a kangaroo back to England because I don't know why, but they didn't. So people were saying, these things don't exist. It's impossible. Yeah, they do. And eventually, when there's enough of them hanging around, and we have lots of people in Australia living down there, it's like, yep, there goes another kangaroo. I was watching a YouTube video where a guy was describing, he was doing the YouTube video from Melbourne, Australia. And he can apparently see out his sliding glass door, and he just goes, yep, there went another kangaroo. I'm in Australia. So, when there's enough of them, eventually people just go, well, okay, maybe you're right. But just because you don't want something to exist, because it allows you to maintain the comfort of your status quo, and you don't want your world disrupted, doesn't mean you don't really understand that eventually you will have to accept it whenever it finally gets, when you're stomping your feet going, no, 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 and put your fingers in your ear. When that no longer works, yeah, you're going to have to deal with it. Something currently that is akin to that is people living in low-lying coastal areas that doubt that sea level rise exists, even when they have personal experience regarding the consequences. Like if you live in Southeast Florida and you visited Vizcaya and you see the shoreline there, you've got to believe that, gee, since they built this place in the 1920s, sea level seems to be a couple of feet higher, because otherwise there wouldn't be moss growing below where there were steps that you could step on because there's no water on them. And they wouldn't be building the third highest dike around the moat because the other two are being breached on a regular basis. And they wouldn't have submarine doors in the gift shop to keep the storm water out of the gift shop. So, eventually people will accept what is reality, and they'll just accommodate it, and they'll not want to admit the time when they didn't believe it. It wasn't possible. But, we're now in the avenue of extraterrestrials can exist even if you do not want them to exist. So if you want another example of the level of effort that society will expend in order to avoid a disruptive change, the transition from fossil fueled internal combustion engines to battery electric ones. They'll even create, situations that will not be successful, just as a means of delaying the inevitable or sabotaging it. So, the legacy automakers will say, nobody wants a battery electric vehicle. Apparently that's not true. They do want them because you said you're only going to make 50,000 and you've already got pre-orders for all 50,000 of them. So apparently at least 50,000 people want them now as soon as you can deliver them. Or legacy automakers saying, false statements like self-driving is dangerous and it's going to kill people. Well, Apparently, the record already says it's safer than humans driving. Or they'll create dead-end technology just to create a cliff that's insurmountable, like hydrogen-based cars. Okay, well, that's really just keeping the the large legacy fuel producers and transport systems in the loop, which aren't needed for electrical distribution. Or people saying, we need to electrify all railways, all railroads, and do away with diesel electric locomotives. I think there are already battery-powered electric locomotives that are doing a lot of the jockeying of freight cars around in rail yards. So all they need to do is add a second thing on the front of the train that's just batteries, and then they can switch that out, charge it up, and they should be able to run it without having to put the catenary overhead electric wires in place or having a third rail. Or, maybe it'll eventually happen, but, currently unrealistic or impractical things like we should get rid of all cars and trucks and make everyone use public transportation. Human beings like free will, so I think that it's insane to expect us to be doing that anytime soon. However, once general artificial intelligence works and you can have your robo-taxi pick you up and drop you off, and the cost of the robo-taxi is less than the gasoline cost you would use, and it takes the effort off of you, and you don't have the security issues of, do you feel comfortable with the driver? That may push us towards not public transportation, but robotic transportation. But eventually, I think battery-powered vehicles will be dominant, and the internal combustion engine vehicles might dwindle down the same way horse and buggies have, because there are still horses and buggies out there. They're just not the dominant transportation. But that's the process that the human species goes through for a paradigm shift transition. So there's been a lot of discussion about what the military's role is in understanding whether or not extraterrestrials exist. So let's take it back a notch and say, what is the purpose of a military? So aside from the active, direct defensive response, like soldiers going into battle, what is it that a military is supposed to do? Well, they're supposed to identify whether or not opposition exists. Do all the other nations feel friendly towards us, or do they oppose us? If they oppose us, what is the size of that opposition? What's the location of the opposition? How long will it take for them to get here? How far away are they? Is that opposition just disgruntled? Is a political opponent? Or are they a combatant? Are they a hostile opposition? If they're hostile, what is it that their technology is based upon such that it might be superior to yours? So you need to understand, if they have technology, what is it? And is it superior to yours? And if it's superior to yours, does it represent a threat to you? So if you said the opposition is a foreign government on Earth, what would you want your federally funded military to be held accountable for? Would you hold them accountable if they did not do these things? Of course you would. If all of a sudden we had another Pearl Harbor kind of thing, it'd be like, what, were the militaries asleep at the switch? What about the NSA and the CIA and the FBI and all these other things we pay tax dollars to protect us? So if we did have a military and they did go research and find out about these things, what would you expect for them to do? Well, they're the military. I would expect for them to advise the civilian leadership regarding the opposition, what the military knows about them, and then ask the government for federally funded projects to better understand them, better understand their weapons and tactics, or to create weapons and tactics to deal with them. If the military were not doing this, remember, they've got a sworn oath to protect and defend. If they're not, then they should be held accountable for not protecting and defending, the civilian population. If the opposition was a foreign government on the earth, wouldn't you want to hold them accountable for doing that? And if they didn't, wouldn't you want to find other people to be in charge, like court-martial them, discharge them, or replace them? So let's say the military did say, well, we think there's opposition. We kind of have a feeling that theirs is a bit better than ours at the moment, so let's have some projects. What kinds of projects would they be doing? Well, they'd ascertain the size of the opposition, so research, investigation, observation, ascertain the location of the observation and the time it takes them to get to your location. Okay, well, if they're from Russia or China, we kind of know that. And then we would have to research, develop, and test effective, superior defensive and offensive technology. Create that better weapons system, the better radar system, the better aircraft. And then we would deploy that new stuff. So somebody's got to train the military on use of the new stuff, be it defensive or offensive technology. Now, if it was from a foreign government here on Earth, wouldn't you expect your military to be held accountable to do these kinds of things? And if not, you'd be looking for other officers to run your military. But what about your public leadership, your elected officials, the civilian leadership? They're expected to keep us safe by way of the military, but also inform us regarding the opposition. You know, when 9/11 happened, they couldn't wait to tell us, who are the bad guys? Well, I know you want a bad guy, so we're going to offer you up a bad guy as quickly as possible. So if there was an opposition, and if the military was aware of it, and if the military informed the civilian leadership, you'd want the civilian leadership to keep the general population informed about it, because they have an oath to protect and defend as well. If it was a foreign government doing this, you would not want them to keep it a secret. You would want them to say, yes, we see what's going on, and we're working with the UN and the Security Council, and if they didn't do these things, you'd either want them impeached or at the next opportunity vote them out of office, and certainly their appointees would be replaced with more effective individuals. So expect nothing less. So given their oath of office, if they're not doing what you expect them to do, why would that be the case? Here's a couple of reasons. They could all be incompetent, in which case they should be replaced. It's not really extraterrestrials. It's, US-based black operations aircraft that we don't really want to expose to the general public. Remember, the F-117 Nighthawk was flying around as, what's that triangular shaped dark thing in the sky? Before the government said, yeah, we've got an F-117A stealth fighter, and we're going to go use it in the Middle East. And it proved very successful. But it was a black ops aircraft that flew around and people reported as a UFO before the government came clean. Or possibly the military and civilian leadership have already had their first contact with the extraterrestrials, and they're engaging in recurring amicable relations with them. So they're not really the opposition, but we believe in our own ego that we're still technologically superior, even though we're not. So are they still truly an opposing force? Maybe not, because they haven't done anything obviously hostile. Or it could be that after decades of analysis by the military and civilian leadership, they've concluded that our current science, technology, defensive and offensive capabilities are hilariously inferior to that of the opposition. We don't even have people postulating the new science required to catch up with the opposition, let alone surpass it. And thus far, the opposition hasn't taken any adversarial activity towards us. The day the earth stood still posture of didn't level New York City, didn't sink the Rock of Gibraltar, but they did demonstrate the ability to simultaneously control the off-on readiness of numerous nuclear missile silos. You can actually read about that when where UFOs showed up above a bunch of silos that are not directly connected to one another. The silos went into a standby state, which means we couldn't launch them. Then the silos went into an offline state, which means we couldn't even fire them up. And then the UFO departed and the launch silos came back to their normal ready state. That was not hostile, as in they didn't destroy the missiles in the silos, and there were no members of the military that were annihilated as a result of the UFO. That was just them going, so you think you want to take us on? Here's an example of our ability. So, if they can do that, that's called, they did it with impunity. And if they can do that, are they truly an opposition force? Are they just, they're there and they're not wreaking a lot of havoc, so we're not going to go on the offense against them. So my choice is D. That's the last one. Incompetence, yeah, a couple of people can be incompetent, extremely. Somewhat incompetent, mostly. But it's highly unlikely that all of them are significantly incompetent. Yes, the government can keep secrets for years. If you doubt that, Google Glomar Explorer. You'll find out that, yeah, they did keep that secret for a while. The CIA did, even to the people that were on the ship. And even in the 1960s, when Lockheed Skunk Works created the top secret Blackbird spy plane, it utilized known and trusted physics of aerodynamics, radar absorbing materials, and fossil fuel combustion for its propulsion. For us to build military craft that would be able to take on what we're seeing in our observations, they would have to have mastery over gravity and inertia in space, in air, and underwater. And if we attempted to say, hey, you physicists, come up with something that would do that, they'd laugh the guys out of their military positions. We're now learning just a few tidbits about quantum physics, critically cooled materials, and gravity waves. So we're still at the beginner level for the technology it would take to duplicate some of the stuff that we've seen. So if they did have first contact or recurring contact with extraterrestrials and they're just keeping it a secret, what are the odds that they could keep that a secret for a long period of time if certain politicians were introduced to aliens? First of all, they go change their shorts. Secondly is they would love to get the PR value to say, guess who I just talked to? And then if there's any corporations that could get involved, they'd want the financial gain from being the first kid on the block to have a flying saucer. Yeah, so I don't think it's C. But I believe it's D. We're so hilariously outgunned and not going to catch up anytime soon, given that the science they've exhibited is counter to the precepts of respected scientists and mathematicians. We're still holding things like conservation momentum. It's the rock of Gibraltar upon which we stand. Okay, explain what you're seeing from these craft, and then explain how conservation of momentum is an absolute barrier to any of that you just saw actually behaving the way it is. Or inertia. You can't counter inertia. Well, they obviously seem to be doing it. But since they're not aggressive towards us, we're just going to look for them, watch them, chase them, but not take any hostile action towards them. So doing nothing is a viable approach. We have clearly no superior technology, offensively or defensively. No current research that we have at DARPA says, yeah, we know how to deal with gravity. And anytime you start talking about 0-point energy sources, anti-gravity, interdimensional transportation, or propulsion systems not obeying conservation of momentum, mainstream science will just laugh you out of the room. And if you get laughed out, nobody's going to give you funding to go off and develop these new advanced technologies. So we're so hilariously outgunned. What can we do but look the other way, take no action, try to keep our technological and military failings a secret, don't let the public know how hilariously outgunned we are. Create disinformation to say, no, it's swamp gas. And if anybody shows up, call them a crackpot. They were on drugs or, something like that. So maybe it's us and not them. And what I'm referring to is the reason why an extraterrestrial would not want direct interaction with us silly humans is we are a hostile species. We're adversarial to the max. We created both fission and fusion-based nuclear weapons. And then because those were a bit dirty and they didn't leave everything intact, we created neutron-based weapons to decimate a population through radiation while leaving the buildings still intact, ready for reoccupancy by the oncoming storm. And we've used fission-based weapons multiple times, and we've even tried increasing the sizes of the weapons to fusion bombs that were scary large, as in, if we got it any larger, we're not sure we wouldn't ignite the atmosphere. That's not the original project. That is the last very largest hydrogen fusion bomb that we created. They thought that might be something they should stop. And because we've detonated them in space, and then we watched the cancer rates go up worldwide because of the radioactive cesium in the upper atmosphere. So we said, let's stop that. So we have the technology and capability to deploy weapons of mass destruction. Multiple nations have stockpiles of them. Humans have demonstrated their willingness to use them if backed into a corner, as a last resort weapon, as a first strike weapon. We even had politicians saying, I think a nuclear war is winnable. Idiot. And we even had Russia creating a nuclear deterrence that was, if Moscow gets leveled, it'll automatically launch their nuclear weapons towards the United States, because who else could it have been? So we're very hostile. Also, we do bad things to our own populations for profit. We don't mind allowing people to become refugees, dying from hunger, thirst, disease, or as collateral damage in warfare, because otherwise it might cost us some money, or we might have to give people money. We've also demonstrated the ability and the willingness to turn on our allies. At one point in time, Saddam Hussein was an ally, and we even have pictures of him with the first President Bush supporting them. And then as soon as they don't do what you want them to do, oh, they're evil. They don't comply. We then deployed national and even international military efforts to depose them. And if civilian population and infrastructure got in the way, that collateral damage. So if you were an extraterrestrial and you were aware of the history of the human species, and you knew of their military capabilities, as in nuclear weapons, and you knew of their untrustworthiness with their allies, you might want to maintain a safe, superior technological distance from us. You can look up the zoo hypothesis. So if you have observations, how is it best to analyze them? First of all, accept all evidence as worthy of analysis, regardless of the appearance or station in life of its source. Accept evidence from people with unusual hairstyles, accents, as in their first language is not English, or if they have weird teeth, they're in need of some dental assistance. But that doesn't mean that what they saw, they didn't see. Obtain your evidence as close to the source as possible. You don't want a copy of a copy or a reformatted copy, or a video conversion format that has artifacts and compression errors that loses detail and resolution. And you don't want a camera that takes a picture of a computer screen, screenshot kind of thing, because you're going to lose detail. Identify all exceptional items in the evidence, not just the ones that are the stuff that sticks out like a sore thumb. So if there are no aerodynamic surfaces present, say so. Zoom in on it. Show that they're not there. Calculate the measured speed and maneuverability if it's beyond that of traditional aerodynamic aircraft. Identify all information items in the evidence, including additional information not provided. Most of the time, there is additional military information from sensors that is available. But if all you did was get a snapshot of the computer video display, all that data may be stored on the computer, but not presented. So military sensors do have capabilities beyond what you might see on the active display. And also there are other forms of sensing. It's not just what you saw on the visual display. There's infrared, there's radar, there's laser or LiDAR, and is it just the aircraft? What about the ship that the aircraft came from? What about the satellites overhead at the time? All that data should be available. So you also want to take into account the data that's just matter of fact there. Like, what is the altitude of that? How fast was it going? Well, what was the sun angle? Is it creating shadows? What are the angles? What locations were you flying over? All that is data that should be correlated and available. And you want all of the auxiliary data or the ancillary data. Like, is that the original information? Let's read the file header to look at the timestamp in it. Did anybody make any annotations? Remember what the most noteworthy annotation on a radio observation back when they were done on paper? LGM, little green men, which turned out to be pulsars. Identify all correlated items, not just the sensor systems that you were looking at. What about the other ones? What are their capabilities? And realistically debunk all exceptional items in the evidence. Optical aberrations, non-functioning technology, false positives, values out of range or not available values. Don't fabricate new concerns just to more easily debunk the provided information, such as exclaiming that the pilot audio may have been replaced or faked. You have no evidence to that effect. And identify all remaining items which cannot be debunked and declare them as, we don't know what to make of this. Here's the information. Of the 5 things that we showed you, we debunked 4 of them. The 5th one is just, we don't know. Admit it. And when you have a sensor system, did it achieve a target lock? Was the target lock optical? Was it radar? Was it LiDAR? If it's actually a radar or LiDAR lock, whatever you're tracking had physical substance and is reflective of radio and light. And what is the actual distance versus zoom of your imagery? If your zoom is, if you're at 25,000 feet and your zoom is 50x, maybe it could be a party balloon. But if you're at 25,000 feet and your zoom is 2x and it's showing up as 30 feet across by your imaging reticle, it's not a party balloon. And for those people that want pictures and are looking for fine detail, it's coming. But first you have to start with an open mind. Don't begin the analysis of the evidence with personally believing a predestined outcome, be it whether you want extraterrestrials to not exist or that you do want them to exist. Just say, I don't know at this point, let's look at the data. Allow the evidence to be openly evaluated and let the evidence take you to your conclusion, whether it's valid or invalid. And unless you see extraterrestrials waving from the windows of their spacecraft, the highest confidence you can gain from an open review of the observation is that the observation is of unknown equipment or phenomenon. but that the observation is valid. Yes, that instrument did detect something, and it was this big and this far away and moving that fast. Never fear the outcome of a valid evaluation of an observation. The conclusion, at least with the evidence I've seen so far, cannot assuredly guarantee you they're extraterrestrial. They can guarantee that that object that you were engaged with had superior aerodynamic capabilities to your contemporary aircraft of the US military. So if an observation is confirmed as valid, in other words, they did see something, and not explainable, then the military should conclude they have an unknown opposition and do the job for which they swore an oath, which is go figure out what it is. And the leadership should hold them accountable, and the public should hold the elected leaders accountable. And if the confirmation of the observation leads you to believe that it's aircraft with superior technology from a foreign, possibly hostile government or group on Earth, how would you expect the military and civilian leadership to respond? Well, you want to go do something about it. So, sources of information. Where are you getting this information from? You have to know where this stuff comes from. Who is the provider? Where did you get it from? Where did they get it from? Are they the first person that actually observed it? Do you have eyewitness testimony to go with the computer recordings? Who provided it to them? Do they have an agenda for notoriety by saying, look at the UFO I found? Are they looking for power or control? Are they seeking revenue? Like, if I sell you lots of videos on the History Channel, which come with commercials, then I could be making the whole thing up just so that the commercials would exist. The evidence that you have is of the original observation, is a copy of a copy. Has it been reformatted? Has it been scaled from standard definition video to HD? That's going to affect what you're seeing. Do you have all the data that was available at the time, or just what they cherry picked to provide you for the sensationalism of it? Know the capabilities of the instruments that have made the observations and their recording capabilities. Is it raw information versus filtered information by whoever the operator of the instrument was? And now we get to the absurdity of mobile phone camera comparison. This is one that Neil deGrasse Tyson likes to point out. Is that the best camera you've got? My cell phone can get a better picture than that. My tablet can get a better picture than that. I think he needs to learn more about where do military aircraft come from? What is the process by which they're designed? How many years it takes for them to get to the point where they can launch them in squadrons from aircraft carriers. So most of the aircraft cameras are more than 15 years old. The newest stuff is in the second generation F-35s. The Navy doesn't launch those from carriers. They launch FA-18 models B, C, D, E, and F. And E and F are the latest ones. And even though E and F are the latest ones, their sensory equipment is about 10 years old. So how good would the camera be on your 10-year-old mobile phone? Why are the military pictures always in black and white? Because if you want to see through clouds, fog, and smoke, you look in infrared. You don't look in full color video. Why are the targets always in the distance? Why are there no zoomed up close-ups? I want to be able to see the rivets on the alien craft. Well, if you're doing infrared low light exposures and you're flying at a couple of hundred knots, and the thing that you're tracking is also flying at a couple of hundred knots, the odd angles are such that your time on that target is very short. So trying to take a long duration exposure image of it is not going to happen. So you can't zoom up to like 40x and expect it to be other than blur, because it's not tracking it fast enough to get a long duration exposure. But if you go out to 2x, you can stay on target, and you can monitor the target by the pixels illuminating in the display. So now we get into the US Navy videos. There's actually 4 videos, 3 of which are the ones that are most popular, called FLIR or FLIR 1, Go Fast, and Gimbal. They were actually released to the public, not with the auspices of the US Navy, and then the organization that discovered they weren't official filed a Freedom of Information or FOIA Act request to the US Navy on April 27th of 2020. The US Navy responded to the Freedom of Information Act request and produced the videos. The videos, in order of name and date, is FLIR was 2004, Go Fast was 2014, and Gimbal was 2015. The statement of authenticity is available on the US Defense Department's website. So you can actually go and see the Navy going, yep, these are videos we took. Yep, they were taken on these dates by US Navy aircraft. And then you have to get into the details of it by looking at the videos. But there are links to the videos on the Navy's website, navy.mil. But if you want to find some analysis, just general analysis of where they came from and the fact that they're confirmed by the Navy, you can go to our friend Wikipedia. Now, the videos that you do have access to, they're close to the original observations, but not exactly. They could do better. You need the FLIR pod, or the forward-looking infrared pod's raw recorded data. There's a lot more information than just the videos that you've seen. And you need them mapped frame by frame using a lossless compression. The compression that they did use has artifacts in it. It's a lossy compression. So you've got JPEG and MP4. So the Navy's corroborated as having captured these by military aircraft crews on maneuvers. They're not some civilian using their mobile phone. And the date and time and location have been identified. Well, the general location, they were at sea off the southwest coast and the northeast coast of the US. There was no land nearby, no islands to make as comparative references for size purposes or speed. And there are no ground structures. There's not even any buoys in the images that you can judge how fast did it go past the buoy. Aircraft. It's not just, it was a jet plane. What kind of jet plane was it? It was a Hornet. What kind of Hornet was it? And answers to all these things will give you information as to its maneuvering capability. Was there just one person in the plane? Was there 2 people in the plane? What kind of instruments do they have? What are their capabilities? What's the maneuverability of this aircraft? If you just said it's a Hornet, I'm sorry, please provide more information. If that's all you know, then tell me where you got the information from, and I'll go look for more details. So the original Hornet was produced by Northrop Grumman. It was produced by Northrop, which is now part of Northrop Grumman. The current Super Hornet, which is a slightly stretched, more fuel, slightly faster version of it, is produced by Boeing, but made by McDonnell Douglas, which is now a part of Boeing. So, fish eating fish. The larger, heavier models E and F are the Super Hornet. Grumman still works creating the sub assemblies for it, but Boeing does the final assembly and testing. Still in service at this time are several generations of Hornets A through D with E and F Super Hornets, and there are 2 variations. There's the single seat, which is the A, C, and E models, and then there's the 2 seats. The 2 seats are pilot and a navigator or weapons officer. So when you see those videos, it may not be the pilot that took the videos. And when you hear somebody yelling out in the background, have you looked at this other instrument? the pilot's too busy flying the damn plane. The guy in the back seat, he's backseat driving by looking at all the instruments available to him because he doesn't have to worry about flying the plane. So the pilot may see one thing, and the guy in the back can adjust the filter on his display to see other things or completely other instruments. So if you're looking at the original design and the fact that they stretched it to the Super Hornet, that's a 20-plus-year-old design with standard definition video resolution. The high definition video resolution of your less than 3-year-old mobile phone is likely to be superior to the most recent Boeing E and F versions of the Super Hornet, just because the FLIR pod is that old, but they're looking to replace it. So you can see from the pictures, they all pretty much look the same. You can see that sometimes the cockpit is stretched out a little bit. That's when you have 2 people on board. And you can see that the E version is longer. It's kind of stretched, but that looks pretty much the same. And then you'll also hear about Top Gun, Tom Cruise. That's an F-14D Tomcat, and they stopped flying those in 2006. Although they're still in the movies. Okay, what kind of sensory capability do they have? There's a company called Raytheon, and they make the all-weather air-to-ground, air-to-air ATFLIR, the Advanced Technology Forward-Looking Infrared Radar. It's also known as the Lightning II targeting pod. The pod looks like a small fuel tank, and for aerodynamic reasons, it needs to be shaped like that because the plane does travel at faster than Mach 1. So even my little model is
Oh, how lovely.
right there. That little short tubular thing, that's the FLIR pod. Now, notice the FLIR pod is underneath the port wing, underneath the left wing, and it's up against the body. And since it's up against the body and under the wing, do you think the FLIR pod can look up? No, it's forward looking. It can only see forward, and it can see out to the left, I think about 45 degrees. Because otherwise, the other things under the wing get in the way. So when they talk about it being forward-looking infrared, well, obviously it can't see backwards because the rest of the plane's in the way. And it should be forward and left-looking infrared because that's all it can see. So if something's off on the right and they want to see it with the FLIR pod, they have to turn the aircraft. Now, what's in the FLIR pod? Well, there's a couple of things. The FLIR pod has an infrared camera, obviously. It has a grayscale video camera. Sorry, no full color for you. And it has a red laser designator for tracking targets for launching missiles against targets. The rangefinder can pick up targets at distances up to 46 miles or 74 kilometers and at altitudes up to 50,000 feet. Why does it stop at 50,000 feet?
Lift?
Water vapor. It's looking in atmospheric infrared. If you're flying something that doesn't have enough moisture in the air to actually produce the heat, it's harder to pick it up. So kind of regular infrared. Now, there are other forms of infrared that can pick out, like, oh, look, there's the James Webb Space Telescope. It looks in infrared, different bands of infrared. So if you need a little moisture in the atmosphere, your FLIR is not going to do very much good above 50,000 feet. Now, they've made slight improvements. For example, the C and D FLIR pod is standard definition, but the E and F have the ability to output in HD, but they don't natively produce HD. So there's improvements over time. As of 2012, They have over 1 million flight hours with the FLIR pod, and they're all standard definition video. I forgot I had this picture in here. There you go. Looks just like my model, doesn't it? There's the FLIR pod tucked under the left wing, up against the body. And here's the front of the FLIR pod. This part of the FLIR pod, the whole circle, rotates on the front of the FLIR pod. So it can swivel, but if it swivels up this way, it's looking at the jet engine intake. Can't see anything there. And if it swivels vertical, it's looking underneath the underside of the wing. So the only time it can start to see things is if it swivels out to the left. And you have the visible camera and you have the infrared camera. Oh, sorry. Visible and infrared is behind this lens. This is the laser targeting. So when you see the videos and you see it's on infrared and you see what angle it's shooting at, there's a reason for that. There's also a reason why is the aircraft banking to the right? Well, that's so the FLIR pod can get a better picture. Now, as to what's the FLIR display look like? It's amazing. You can actually go out on YouTube and see a video that explains the FLIR pod display and its capabilities. What all the buttons mean, what all the display indications like. OPR means it's operational. WFOV means it's a wide field of view. Z 1.0 says zoom is set at 1.0. You see 1.0 down there too. North, it tells you which way north is in the display. Now, obviously, this is, I think, Catalina Island off of California. They're just doing a demonstration here. But if you don't turn it off and you've got the reticle, the RTCL turned on, it'll actually give you latitude and longitude and elevation of the thing you're targeting. It's not where the plane is, it's where the thing is you're taking a picture of. The plane's down here, 24,000 feet. So there's a lot of information that's available. And you can ask, why didn't you have that turned on? Why can't we display that? If you said, how far away is the target? It's 17.9 nautical miles. Navy, has to be nautical miles. Now, people will be confused and say, this is the HUD display, this is the heads-up display. Notice it's green. Well, it's best used at night when infrared works best. The HUD is up here on the top center. I'm not showing you the HUD because it's up here on the top center. Over on the right and over on the left, there are two tactical displays. Typically, they'll make the FLIR pod's display show up on the right tactical display, and that's because, see all the buttons and knobs? It allows you to control things. The one on the left doesn't have as many buttons and knobs. So I'll put it over here where they can get full control over it. The digital display interface is the the display you're looking at. And then what it's doing is you've got it in tactical plus FLIR. So some of the data like latitude, longitude stuff, compass direction, that's tactical. And then the FLIR pod produces all the other data. Well, if the aircraft is taking information with the FLIR pod, what other kinds of instruments does that generation of FA-18 have? They have what is known as a TAMAC, a Tactical Aircraft Moving Map capability. That records basically the moving map, like using Google Maps or Apple Maps to get your coordination of where you are, where you want to go, what's the path to it. So they have tactical moving maps on these planes. Well, we got the video. Where's the TAMAC data? There's a tool called the Situational Awareness Tool. Where's the display from that? And the models E and F of the Super Hornet have what is known as the APG-79 Active Electronically Scanned Array Radar. They've got a synthetic aperture radar. That can see much higher resolution and has additional data that it can derive from things like Doppler shift. It can say, yes, that's a solid object and it's this big and it's moving in that direction at that speed. Where's that data? It's almost like they cherry-picked the data to give you some data, but not enough to make any conclusions. So by having all of this stuff, plus a guy in the back seat, all this data is available to them. So they could just call it up. But if you call up too much data, you get information overload. So they will have a personal setting, kind of like in your car when you say, how do you want the seat and the display? Well, same sort of thing with these pilots and the weapons officers. They'll set certain settings and go, that's the way I like my plane set up. And so there is another set of instrumentation they can look at called the AISA. That's the synthetic aperture radar. If you were in a dogfight situation and the only thing you could see was the one enemy aircraft that you had on your FLIR display, and there was a dozen enemy aircraft in the space with you, you would probably get shot down because you didn't know what else was there. So the AISA has the ability to track multiple targets beyond the one target that you're looking at with the active FLIR display. The active FLIR display is great for, hitting a target on the ground, hitting another target in the air, hitting a ship at sea, one target at a time. But the AISA can actually set up a program of the order in which you should take out the targets by which one's closest and most threatening. Where's that data? If it's a Hornet E or F, it should have that data. All that data gets recorded on the avionics recorder. Should have had access to that. So displayed data versus capture information. What we see on the videos is active display. There's some stuff that was filtered out. I want to see the total display capability of that aircraft at that time. So I want to see all these other instruments. How do I see that? Well, let's go back to the original stored digital recording of that aircraft at that time. We don't have that. If you had that data, you might be able to plug it into a flight simulator and have it replay exactly what was going on. So there's other information that it certainly would have if it has an AISA, like estimated target size, active range to target, ground velocity. You wouldn't have to say, well, if you're flying over the top of it and it's sitting still on top of the water, it'll look like it's moving over the water. You wouldn't have to second guess whether that's an optical illusion or not. You wouldn't have to say things like, well, I think it's the sun reflecting off of the iris inside the infrared camera. Yeah, nice try. The video camera, yes, but the infrared camera, no. But you have to be able to debunk the debunkers, because sometimes they're just drawing at whatever information they know. So what about the infrared cameras? The infrared cameras that were in the models C and D Hornets, those were bolometers. Those were essentially resistors that when they get heated up, they change the resistance, and therefore you can say that pixel got brighter or that pixel got darker. And that was the camera. That's what the cameras were made of, is bolometer-based infrared cameras. Now the newer ones, they're CMOS, but you have to get a newer aircraft that has those on board. So that's some of the on the way to getting better. But the original stuff, like the FLIR video, that was taken by an aircraft designed and manufactured with a bolometer-based infrared camera 15 plus years ago. So what about everyone else? Because if we're just looking at the video, we're focused on that pilot and maybe his weapons officer in the back, but he didn't fly alone. There were other people in the squad with him, and he came from an aircraft carrier, and the aircraft carrier has its own sensor systems, and the aircraft is part of a fleet, and the fleet has their own defensive ships. Where's all the other data? All they showed us was the juicy tidbit. And if you listen to the explanation about the FLIR video, supposedly the aircraft carrier commanding officer said, okay, I hear you, I'll notify the Pentagon. And then shortly thereafter, some guys arrived on the aircraft carrier in a helicopter. They weren't in military uniforms, they were in civilian suits. I won't say they were in black suits, but they arrived on the carrier, and apparently they had the authority to tell the commanding officer, go get all your recorded data, give it to us, and delete all your copies. Okay. Who were they? What gave them the authority to do that? And why would the commanding officer do that? Because apparently the release of the first video to the public was because somebody made a illegal backup copy of the video, but not all of the aircraft instrumentation data. So when something gets a lock on a target, what does that refer to? There's several kinds of lock you can have. You can have an imaging lock. In an imaging lock, you're not producing any radiation from your aircraft. So there's nothing traceable. You've got a camera, whether it's a video camera or an infrared camera, and it's looking at something. And when it locks on to a target, you'll see little bars show up on the side of it, or a square. And the bars say it's got an optical lock. And what it's going to do is it's going to watch the pixels. And as the white pixels move over here, it's going to steer the pod over there to track it. Next thing up is a radar lock. When you have a radar lock, it'll give you additional information like how far away is that thing? Is it closing to you? Is it moving away from you? How fast is it doing that? And then if you have a weapons lock, you'll either have a radar or laser/LiDAR lock on it, and it will give you constant targeting information of your opposition. Now, if you just have a radar image, it could be a false image. It could be, high waves on the ocean, but it's going to be fleeting. It's not going to stay locked onto it. But if you have a genuine lock on a target, and there's no buildings, no foliage, no other objects in the field of view, it's far more reliable as, yep, you did actually get a lock on it. Infrared light is low in energy. Radar is even lower in energy. But if you get a laser lock on something, that laser is a very high flux. It's a very high density of photons, and it's going to track it very much more reliably. So if you get a laser lock on something, it's a lock. Okay, the videos that showed up on YouTube, there was a guy named Joe Scott. He's a videographer. He understands cameras and recording instruments and compression and things like that. So he did a debunking of the Navy UFO videos. And it's in the, well, there's 5 things. He explained 4 out of 5 and just didn't mention the 5th one. So he did a reasonably honest debunking of the Navy videos, but not a complete debunking. And in fact, he didn't do the debunking himself. He just relayed information from another debunker named Mick West. He did the first debunking, and Joe just kind of poked at it. But Joe seemed to be fairly freaked out at a number of things. So I think he would be a lot more comfortable if extraterrestrials didn't exist. So debunking the videos is to his personal comfort advantage. He also is of the comedic type that will, if you want something not to be true, poking fun at it is probably an easy way to say, I don't have to debunk it, I'll just laugh at it. Yeah. And then he merges into the video little snippets from purportedly noteworthy sources saying, they believe it's been debunked, so why don't you? Well, 4 out of 5 says, yeah, you got 4 out of 5. What about the 5th one? It's kind of like when you see the videos of the ancient blocks at Pumapunku, and you say, sure, they just had a mold. They molded the cement. What about the very fine lines cut through the granite has tiny holes that go all the way through the granite. They have no explanation for that. So it's kind of like 4 out of 5. Okay, you can debunk it on those. What about the 5th one? So here's a way of telling the video doesn't have any dropouts in it. If you look at the bottom center of the display, there's a number, and the number changes once a second. It's not actually time of day, it's mission duration. So you can think of it as current flight time in seconds. So when this number stops or reverses, or you see gaps in it, that's a sign the video's been edited. Just so you know. Okay. I've got audio on. I am not optimizing the video, so you should be able to see it. This is the first video. It's called Clear. I know a lot of people have seen it, but I'll play it. Now, see the shaky up in the corner here? This is an old CRT display. This is from an FA-18, I think it's a C model. So it's some of the oldest stuff. You can see he's going back and forth between zoom 1 and zoom 2. And you can see down here, WHT, you can barely make it out, WHT. So that says this is cold, not hot. You can see his altitude, about 20,000 feet. You can see here where it says 99.9 RNG 99. The farthest it will track something optically is apparently 100 nautical miles. So what it's basically saying here is, I cannot tell you how far away this thing is, but it's optical. It's not laser, it's not radar, and it's at 1.0 zoom. And he's at a wide field of view. And he's in infrared mode. And he's missing some data. The reticle is not turned on. And we'll get to why it just exited to the left. And he's got the declutter on. And if you think that's cluttered, here, let's go to the next slide. I went through and I watched the training video on this model of FLIRPod, and what does all this stuff mean? We're going to pause for a moment here because there's a lot of information here and you can sort of cherry pick what you want to see. Down here is, let's start at the top center. It tells you what mode the camera's in, infrared or TV. There was no SD and HD back in those days when they designed these things. So it's TV or it's infrared. Down here it says WHT, which says if it's hot, it's going to be white. If it's cold, it's going to be black. So you can see the sky is colder than whatever this thing is. These two vertical bars indicate that it has a video auto tracking enabled. This says the aircraft was flying level. So the FLIRPod was looking straight ahead. These two numbers, this one here where it says 4 degrees R and 6 degrees, these are your azimuth and elevation differences. So the plane is flying level, straight. The FLIRPod is looking 4 degrees to the right. So that's, it's kind of like as far over to the right as it can go, and it's 6 degrees up. So it's kind of looking up like that. Here's that operations clock that I'd mentioned. Here's your altimeter, 20,000 feet. Here's your airspeed indicator, 252 knots, which is 290 miles per hour, 467 kilometers per hour. Now this junk over here on the right, that's its laser targeter. So the number that you first see here is the code number for this aircraft's laser designator. imagine you're in a combat environment and you've got multiple planes flying around and each one of them has their own laser designator. If you're trying to say, I want to shoot that one over there, and you want to lock onto my laser designator, what's the code number for that? How do I tell this plane versus that plane? So that's where this code number comes into play, is that's your laser targeting spot designator code. And then it says whether it's locked on or not. So you see where it says slave? This is, are these weapons? This is for missiles. And this is for your guns. That's bore sight. So if you saw a little rectangle around L and S, that says that if you were to push the launch button on the joystick to launch a missile, that would launch a missile wherever the infrared targeting was currently pointing. You would not want to do that when you don't have a good lock, because then you're not telling the missile or the guns where to shoot, where to point. When he was switching between modes, between infrared and TV, you saw the screen getting brighter and darker, in addition to it flipping between white and black and white. That's because down here it says ALG, automatic lighting gain. So it was taking the outside light, it was daytime, it was taking the outside light, and it was automatically adjusting the display to match the ambient that the pilot was attempting to see this through. So it was making it bright and dim. It was doing it rather quickly. Now the zoom, you might say, why didn't you zoom up further? The zoom on this particular FLIR pod can go to 9x. He never got above 2x. No, why not? It's because he was flying at 252 knots. And if he did go to, 9x, it would be out of the display. But by going to a lower zoom level, he can get a video lock on it. Now, if you're looking at the other instruments on board the aircraft and you wanted to say, which instrument are the other instruments concerned with? So if you said, I'm going to tell the recording system which instrument to be recording, how would I say that? That's this little tiny like down arrow thing up here in the upper right hand corner. It declares this instrument to be the sensor of interest indication. So it's these little clues like, yeah, there should have been a recording on his cockpit data recorder that has all this raw information on it. Not what he set the filters to, but the raw information. This is a second video. This one's called Go Fast. First thing you'll notice is, hey, the display's a little higher resolution and I don't see the corners wiggling as much, so this is probably a digital display. Much more readable too.
Roger. There's troubleshooting. Did you box moving target? No, I took an auto track. Oh, okay. Oh my gosh, dude. Wow. Look at it fly.
Okay, so let's get into detail on this one. So these little vertical white bars and the white box that you saw, that was the FLIR pod attempting to get an image lock, not radar, not laser, but just a photographic lock on this dot. It's something flying by, so he can just have it in automatic mode and have it go look for it. So when it
He
just
was
had a
quite
giant,
happy that he got a lock. So I felt like it seemed that very difficult to get that lock because the object was moving very fast.
yes, he was very happy to get a lock. Now, you heard two guys speaking. You heard one guy who was very controlled and somber. That was the pilot. He was in contact with the aircraft carrier. He had no idea what was going on in this display. He was just reporting in his position from the aircraft carrier and what heading he had. While he was reporting that, you hear the guy in the back seat yell out, "Oh, got him," which gives you information. First of all, the pilot wasn't involved in this. The guy in the back seat was manning the FLIR pod. The pilot was just kind of flying the plane. Now, the guy in the back seat said, okay, on narrow vision, not wide field, narrow, zoom 1.0 in infrared, 45 degrees left of the airplane and 27 degrees down is when it got this. See right here? 4.3 RNG. That's a radar lock. It's radar tracking. It's not actually like a weapons radar lock. It's radar tracking because it's telling you whatever this thing is, it's 4.3 nautical miles away from the aircraft. And it's moving at 210 knots and it's closing, as in it's moving at 210 knots, you're moving at 253 knots, and it's closing on you. So all of this is information that the debunkers fail to mention. Because if you just said, oh, that's a reflection off of your iris inside your camera, or that's sunlight reflecting off your lens. I'm sorry, I cannot get a radar targeting and velocity measurement off of an optical reflection. It's just impractical. Now notice he didn't have the slave mode on for either his missiles or his guns. So he was not targeting this as something to shoot down. So let's see if I missed anything here. First thing you notice is the display is a little crisper. It's a lot easier to read the numbers. It's a digital display. It's not analog. It's not a CRT. And also, if you notice the different versions, zoom used to be over here, and now zoom is up here. So they reduced the noise for the aircraft operator from having a zoom and a zoom to just having the zoom value. He's in infrared mode. We've got the velocity, closing, airspeed, clock is ticking away smoothly. He's got declutter on, which says there's some data he's not displaying, probably over in here, in this blank area. So, what's the elephant in the room?
The object has mass because it's reflecting radar.
That's correct. That's one. What's the other one? What's that? Let's go back to the video and watch it again. Now that you know what some of this data is, watch how it changes. Okay. Here's that little thing. What's that little thing there? Here's your compass azimuth, and here's your elevation. And you can see it's pointing down, and it's at 35 degrees left of the airplane. Here's the box trying to find the target. You'll see it go square, 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 and then when it gets an optical lock, it'll go to the vertical bars. Once it gets an optical lock, not only will you know how fast the aircraft is moving, but you'll know how far away the target is and whether the target is moving towards you. It's closing or it's moving away. Watch it again.
Nickel 6-1 Tango, Logic, over. They're troubleshooting as soon as I get Did you box moving target?
Okay. Notice as he banked the plane to the right, the little white square moved to the left. You remember me showing you the old display where it had a little line with an N on it, the north indicator? That's the new north indicator. It really took me a long time to figure that out. Like, oh, that's not like another object that's tracking. That's just telling you which way north is. So it tells you which direction the plane was heading when that was off to the left and staying on the left side of the airplane. And then as soon as the airplane banked to the right, the little white dot representing north moves to the left. There's just more, I mean, there's just more and more information that's in these videos that nobody ever seems to want to be interested in mentioning.
I see that the object is darker there. Is it colder
White
or
mode.
hotter? What
It's in
mode?
white,
So what do you mean?
it's in infrared white mode, which says something that's hot should be white, and this is black. Yeah, that's a good question. Did the object stop producing heat? Because if you're in white mode, then things that are hot are white and things that are black are cold. And this thing is blacker than the ocean.
So it's not reflecting any radiation. It's just absorbing all kind of radiation.
Yes, this is an infrared camera, but the moment he put out a lock, the aircraft was sending out radio waves to the object. And now the object has gone through some process whereby the radio emissions are not coming off of the craft, and it's on a video lock, even though it's still giving you ranging information. Yeah. So that means whatever you got a lock on responded to you getting a lock on it.
That's freaky.
Yeah. Okay, our third video, this is called Gimbal. This is the one where it's rotating, it's rotating. How can it be rotating? Yeah, okay. Remember, 54 degrees left. That means it's off to the left. Time to bring out my models. You're gonna like this. If it all hangs together. So if the aircraft is banking to the right, you can see it in the video, it's banking to the right. And the object is 54 degrees left. You can see the little dot where north is. And the object is 54 degrees left of the FLIR pod and down 2 degrees. That means that when he first started seeing it, it was down off his left wing. Now he's going to be banking. What do you think this thing's going to do? It starts out down here. As he moves off to the right, it maintains an angle with him. So you'll watch the FLIR pod, which is at 54 degrees. That 54 gets smaller and smaller and smaller and goes through 0, which means at some point, this thing is out in front of him, even though he's banking. They don't mention things like that. But watch the video, and then we'll discuss it. Here's the video.
Dude, this is a fucking drone, bro. There's a whole fleet of them. Look on the ASA. My gosh. They're all going against the wind. The wind's 120 knots to the west.
Look
at that thing, dude.
He just flipped from black to white. Black is hot. See at the top center?
That's not our LNS though, is it? It's not. That is the LNS, dude. Well, if there's look at that thing.
The aircraft's pitching
It's
down,
rotating.
heading north, and the object is also doing that. Did you see the number at the top changing? Here, I'll play the video again. Watch this number, watch the little white dot, and the fact that the plane is banking to the right. Watch it all change again. 54.
Dude, this is a fucking drone, bro.
He's turning.
There's a whole fleet of them. Look on the ASA. My gosh.
North, here's north.
They're all going against the wind. The wind's 120 knots from the west. Look at that thing, dude.
The FLIR, even though the plane's banking to the right, the FLIR pod is coming up this way.
That's not our LNS though, is it? It's not. That is the LNS, dude. Well, if there's like... Look at that thing. It's rotating.
Okay. So when somebody says, oh, that was just the plane's exhaust off in the distance, he never got more than 2x zoom, and we know he can go to 9x zoom. And they said, well, it's the iris inside the camera, because when he rotated the plane, the object rotated. Did you see this right here? See what that is?
Clouds.
Yeah. Why are the clouds light? And right here, there's a dark part of the clouds. Where's the sun? Up here. Sun, object, shadow. Watch the video again.
Dude, this is a fucking drone, bro.
That's right there.
There's a whole fleet of them. Look on the ASA. My gosh. They're all going against the wind. The wind's 120 knots from the west. Look at that thing, dude.
Did you see it right there?
That's not our LNS though, is it? It's not. That is the LNS, dude. Well, if there's like... Look at that thing. It's rotating.
So if this is just an aberration in the camera and the sunlight's up here and you can see, I mean, there's a definite spot right there on the top of the clouds caused by this thing creating a shadow. They don't mention that. Ah, it's fully debunked. What's that? What about the banking? When he was banking to the right, this thing was moving to intercept, as the saying goes, because as the plane was banking to the right, the angle that the FLIR pod was pointed at changed to the point where it's almost in front of it. So think of it this way. If the plane was banking to the right and the object was down left stationary, you would expect the FLIR pod to have to look further and further and further, but it's not. It's actually gone from 54 degrees left of the plane to 7 degrees right of the plane, even though the plane's banking to the right. But that's the iris of the camera, or he's looking at the exhaust of some plane off in the distance. Now, the only thing that I'll agree to that on is, if you remember in the Go Fast video, he actually got a radar lock. It showed up with numbers here, range and closing. He didn't get a radar lock. How come you didn't get a radar lock? I don't know. It's a good question for the pilot, but he didn't get a radar lock. I don't think it was because he couldn't. He had lots of other data about it. But anyway, that's the three videos. So here's my analysis of it. You can see the sun's up here. There's the object, and you can see the darkening of the top of the cloud right there. He's in black mode, which says things that are black are hot. If the clouds are cooler than the average sky and the sunlight is being obscured, you would think that thermally it should be black if it's hot. But it's black because the sun is being obscured. It's reducing the brightness of the background. What else? Oh, he's traveling at 241 knots. which is 277 miles per hour. And if you remember
Does
the
it have
guy,
any temperature somewhere?
nope. If you remember the guy in the back seat mentioned the ESA, they're all over the place. But the FLIR only looks at one target at a time. How about the ESA data? How about the TAMAC data? I want the situational awareness. If this were a Navy aircraft in a dogfight against a Chinese or a Russian aircraft, fighter aircraft, you would believe that the military would look over every piece of sensor data that plane had on it, not just what did the display panel look like with the reticle turned on and the declutter mode turned on. So here's my conclusions. Gee, I'd like to see all that other data that I know the plane has the capability of producing. The FLIR video. Although the aircraft achieves a radar target lock, the fact that it says 99.9 and knowing that they can target out to 100 nautical miles says essentially it's off scale. So they could be looking at a distant aircraft beyond the limit of the early generation FLIR pod. So let's just scratch that FLIR video. Gimbal. Gimbal never achieves radar lock. I don't know why. But if it's an internal flare, then I don't know how to explain things like, you know, a lens flare doesn't cast shadows on clouds. And if the object was chasing the plane, in other words, when the plane banked to the right, the object banked over to him, closed on him. Otherwise, the angle would have stayed the same. So if the plane banked to the right, I'll use my models. So if the plane, now the plane was not in a diving turn, the plane was in a flat turn. His altitude doesn't change. So he was basically doing one of these numbers. And as he was doing that, the FLIR pod, if the object was stationary, would have to keep pointing down, but it didn't. The plane's banking and the FLIR pod is saying, no, I have to keep the angle changing, moving up through north. So when the plane went past north, this thing was moving up to close on him. Didn't have a radar lock on him, but the angle was getting shallower, which means the object was down here, and when he went that way, the object came up to him. So that's gimbal. But the one that I think has some credibility is Go Fast. Because in Go Fast, he actually got a radar lock at something that's about 5 miles away, well within target range. The target's not tiny. It's not like a balloon on the ocean, because he never went beyond 2x zoom, and the object had enough pixels on the display to maintain an optical lock. And it was moving at speed across the water. Even though the plane was moving away, that whole issue of, well, you're moving away, so therefore you're getting a parallax from it. I'm sorry, the FLIR pod's looking right at it. So if the FLIR pod is tracking it, independent of the plane moving away, then the FLIR pod can tell you it's looking down at the object, and the FLIR pod tracks it. So if the object's moving across the water and the FLIR pod's tracking it, it's because the object's moving across the water. Now, the object is obviously not a party balloon. And at 5 miles, how big do you think a 8-foot weather balloon at 2x magnification would look? 1 or 2 pixels. It'd be very tiny. So I'd say Go Fast did get a lock on something. Don't know what it was, but it got a lock on something, and it was moving across the water at speed. Not supersonic, but certainly a couple of 100 knots. So undebunking the debunking. There are millions of YouTube content creators. anybody who's uneducated, inexperienced, they create an opinion video and they're debunking something, or they're a naysayer because they don't want there to be extraterrestrials. It would just, give them nightmares at night. They couldn't sleep. These people can create debunking videos. But the moment that you get somebody who's slightly more experienced, who knows what's going on, they'll create an undebunking video. And then when you get people who actually look at everything from an open perspective and say, what about this? What about that? You didn't mention this. That number's changing. What does that mean? Then I'll take the video that got debunked and then I'll undebunk it. But if you want to see basically evaluation videos from people who are more experienced with it, then you can see these two videos, which is Extraordinary Until Proven Otherwise, which does some of the same stuff I do, which is the guy that debunked that didn't mention this or didn't take that into account. And then the Truth Behind the Super Hornet UFO videos, same sort of thing. So those are two more videos you can watch. Okay, mission recording. So military aircraft will be less effective if they were not able to record all that data coming from all those instruments for later mission assessment. This is not the same as the crash black box kind of thing, which are actually orange, not black. Earlier military aircraft actually used video tape recorders, as they could do multi-channel recording. Nowadays, they use removable data cartridges, essentially fancy militaristic forms of flash drives, solid-state data recorders. So the original Hornets used an MDR-80 solid-state data recorder, and it had 64 gig of storage. And it included an old-style parallel ATA disk interface and USB 2.0. The ENF models have the newer MDR-80i, which supports SATA and USB 3.0, but the cartridge looks pretty much the same. So the part that's in the airplane is this. This is part of the instrument down in the instruments down in the instrument bay. And they can flip the switch to stop recording and grab this handle and pull it out, and the whole cartridge comes out, and this is one of the cartridges. So what became of the cartridges from the aircraft that were capturing these observations? That would contain all the instrument data. So the next time somebody fills out a FOIA request, please ask for the SSR cartridge. You want the original data. So let's say you had one of these cartridges. What could you do with it? Well, you could actually plug into the USB interface and request a data playback using the Aerospace Mission Data Debrief Windows application. So TIAC, who made the recorder, actually made a data playback capability, and they can play back all the data, including the data that the person in the cockpit had filtered out. So all the raw data gets stored on the cartridge. And then when you play it back, you can go live and play back and filter. So things like flipping it between TV and infrared and such, you can do all that all day long. Wide field, narrow field, it's a digital camera, so it's always going to have maximum width on it. So you can change all those filters on the fly in the playback of the cartridge. But that's just, like indicators and video and such. What if you could play it back even more realistically? What about mission playback? Well, I happen to know that the USS Independence, which is an aircraft carrier that used to launch the FA-18C, the carrier has been decommissioned, but obviously the Hornet still exists. So if you wanted to train new pilots coming onto the carrier on flight operations unique to your carrier, would you send the pilots up every time? No, of course not. You'd sit their butt in the simulator and you'd have them fly a certain number of hours in the simulator before you'd ever entrust them to put their butt in the aircraft, even though they might have had ground flight experience. So you put them in the simulator. But when you come back after a mission and you wanted to do a debrief and you wanted sort of your commanding officer as your co-pilot overseeing what you were doing, and that's some of the best flying I've ever seen right up until you got killed. First Top Gun. That's how they do this. They play back the data and then they actually play it back in the simulator so you can see, okay, if you bank left instead of banking right, this is how it would behave differently. So it's very valuable for assessment after the fact. I don't see any reference to, did they run the cartridge, the solid state data cartridge? Did they run that through the simulator playback? Huh? I don't know. The FOIA request apparently didn't ask for that. So if the debunking is all that was done, that would be it. It's done. No. Next thing that happened was Marco Rubio, who at the time headed the U.S. Senate Select Intelligence Committee, started an investigation, and he dragged the head of the Office of Director of National Intelligence, the ODNI, to report, to basically be given testimony before the U.S. Senate Committee. And Rubio said, tell you what, go away, let us know what this was, and then report back to us. So you can actually see the report. It'll be in the details. So you can read what the military said back to the U.S. Senate. It wasn't, I see nothing here. It was, yep, there's something there. Yep, we recorded something. Who is it from? I don't know. It could be China. It could be Russia. They would not state that the possibility exists it could be extraterrestrials. Nowhere in the report did that come up. So they would know if it was, let's say, top secret U.S. military aircraft, Department of Defense, DARPA, CIA, clandestine budgets, black ops. They would know all that stuff. But by saying, yep, it's real. Yep, we got observations of it. Who's it from? I don't know. It could be Russia. It could be China. Nowhere did they say, or it could be us. Because if they said it could be us, then the Senate Select Intelligence Committee would be saying, us? We have that ability? Please, tell us more. It's a closed briefing. So they never admitted to it being extraterrestrials. They never admitted it to being us. They just speculated that it could be Russia or China, which to me says smoke and mirrors. At least they've moved up from it's swamp gas reflected off the light from Venus. So if you want to read the report instead of just a request, there's a link to the report as well. The first thing they did was they filtered all the report information that they had down to just 2004 to 2021. They evaluated a total of 144 reports, so far more than the 3 videos we saw. 80 of the reports with multiple sensors. In other words, it wasn't just this aircraft or the aircraft, but also the aircraft carrier plus a ground escort ship, part of the aircraft carrier fleet. All these sensors on the same target at the same time. So 144 reports, and 80 of the reports, there were multiple sources of information. Not just, well, your radar could be wrong. My radar, what about his radar and his radar? Okay. The next thing they said was, well, all we had was 144 reports and only 80 of them had corroborating information. So we don't have enough information. The observations are incomplete. They can't conclude as to the source. Remember Hogan's Heroes, Sergeant Schultz? Saw nothing. More funding, please. The report did indicate that some clustering of unidentified aerial phenomenon observations regarding shape, size, and particularly propulsion. What do you mean clustering? Nowhere in the report does it say, what is this cluster or generally reported size, shape, and propulsion. Why didn't the Senate say, oh, if there's some clustering of the observations where out of the 144 reports, 20 of them all said it was a tic tac this size? Why didn't they say that? One of the reports was labeled high confidence. High confidence of what? And which report was it? And can we get more detail on that report? Or do we have to file another FOIA request to first say, which report was it that had high confidence? And then give us detail about that report. So if it could be sensor errors or spoofing or observer misinterpretation, if you had multiple sensors reporting this, it should have, cast those dispersions aside as sensor errors. Okay, my aircraft, that ship plus that ship all had sensor errors? No. The report did conclude that UAPs clearly pose a safety of flight issue. Yeah, if you don't get out of their way, you could run into them. But stating that it might be Russia or China, that's just inducing fear, uncertainty, and doubt. More funding, please. They stated, we're going to continue to collect and analyze information. Apparently, UATF was an organization already funded secretly, but now they want a bigger budget so they can get more collection of data and more analysis. Sounds to me like we're creating our next generation Project Blue Book. So no confirmation, no denial of extraterrestrials. I guess it allows non-believers to sleep at night while it still leaves the door open for true believers. So that's the US official report. So correlating of information. If the UAPTF is an agency and is going to continue to do this stuff, then the next time the Navy says, hey, we're seeing something, have them reach out to the UAPTF, have them reach out to the US National Reconnaissance Office and start getting some spy satellite data on this stuff. They can do it optically in radar and using LIDAR. The Navy has multiple of these clandestine satellites. And like I said last time, they have the ability to read license plates from space many years ago, so likely better now. And I found out that the NRO is not enough. The NRO has realized that there's a lot of private satellite launchers. We want your data too. So the NRO is contracted with commercial satellite operators to have access to their real-time data and their stored data as well. That was just too much data for the NRO. So the contract is from the NRO, but where you send the data is to a different organization, the US Department of Defense National Geospatial Intelligence Agency, or the NGA. They combine the clandestine and the commercial satellite information, and they can provide you with data. Now, if you ask the NRO for data, the NRO will say, yeah, here's our data, but here's also the NGA data. So the NGA is a customer of the NRO. You can actually find that the NGA exists. They have a YouTube channel. If you never go looking for these things, you're never going to know they're there. The NGA has been around for 25 plus years. Who knew? So UAPTF should be able to obtain reports from NRO and NGA with high quality, high observational data validity in multiple wavelengths with all sorts of accompanying digital data like location, size, velocity changes, and they should be able to do it in visual, infrared, radar, LIDAR. So no more Neil deGrasse Tyson dissing fuzzy infrared videos. If they correlated this, now what are the debunkers going to say? That would be interesting. So airborne reconnaissance. Apparently, the military, including the Navy, can fly drones, and they can fly drones off of aircraft carriers. And some of these drones have synthetic aperture radar. The advanced Hawkeye airborne early warning system includes anti-stealth radar. They have radar that's of such high resolution, they can track aircraft that believe they're stealthy. So the last known airborne synthetic aperture radar capabilities can distinguish differential heights of a few millimeters. They use these on the war in the Middle East. They actually spotted IEDs, landmines, by the fact that they would bury them in the ground a few inches. And then over the next few days, the soil would settle, because you don't want to tamp down the soil with this active mine there. So you just sort of shove the dirt over the top of it. The soil settles, and the dirt around it is a few millimeters higher than the dirt where the IED is. So they've actually been able to spot IEDs by the few millimeters difference between the soil around the mine and the soil directly above the mine. Yeah, that's pretty spooky. But this one's even better. Let's say you have a very quiet submarine and it's under the water and it's not at periscope depth, so there's no periscope, and it's just cruising along. It creates a bulge in the water. I don't know how deep it would have to be for it not to produce a bulge, but since you can measure a difference of a few millimeters, the submarine occupies space. So as it's going through the water in front of it is being pushed up, and then it falls back down behind it after the submarine goes through. Not as bad as cavitation, but it's just the water shaping. Apparently it can detect submarines by the bulge of the water as it's under the water. I would be very interested to find out how deep, or maybe it's just, if it's a really big ass submarine like some of the Russian submarines, they could probably be hundreds of feet down, but since they're over 100 feet tall, even at that depth with the water pressure, you're going to push up water. All you need is a few millimeters.
Yeah, they probably have to subtract away the waves.
Oh yeah, the waves are noise in the signal to noise. So if one of these Tic Tacs happened to submerge, you could follow the Tic Tac under the water using Navy aircraft that have these capabilities, and they can launch them from aircraft carriers. So this gets into what the orbiting satellites can do. And the one that struck me as unusual is NASA has a geostationary satellite that monitors sea level and can detect average sea level changes on the order of a few millimeters or fractions of an inch. This is how the Aqua satellite measures the average sea level rise by inches per year. Okay, going beyond image locking, if the next time they had one of these objects, one of these UAPs, you don't have to shoot at it or fire missiles at it, but just get a lock on it. Just, make them think they're about to be fired on. If they were from Russia or China and you did a weapons lock on them, they're gonna do evasive maneuvers. They're gonna get the hell out of there because they don't want to be shot at. If it is an alien spacecraft, if it's an extraterrestrial, if they can pick up our radio, if they can pick up our radar, if they can pick up our laser lock, maybe they'll do the same thing. If they don't move at all, it could be an optical illusion, or it could be extraterrestrials that just aren't sensing our lock. But if they were extraterrestrials and they picked up our lock and then they went into superior evasive maneuvers, just went, beep, gone, that should tell you something. And the U.S. Department of Defense should have a vested interest in understanding that. So what are these extraordinary behaviors? Well, here's a short list of them. Instantaneously appearing or disappearing. It wasn't on the radar a moment ago, now it is. It was on the radar a moment ago, now it isn't. So popping in and out. Instantaneous high velocity acceleration or deceleration to hover. We watched it come in on screen at like Mach 1 and it just stopped. Instantaneous deceleration. And then when it left, we actually tracked it leaving at Mach 1 and it just went from 0 to Mach 1 almost instantaneously. hovering above the water. No exhaust, no aerodynamic surfaces, no helicopter blades, just Tic Tac was just hanging there. Near zero noise. There have been reports of a hum or a buzz like an electrical discharge. No prop noise, no jet noise. And when they transition from low speed to high speed or high speed to low speed, there's no sonic boom. The proverbial sharp turn. They can be flying along and make a sharp right angle turn, which would smush people as grapes on the inside of it due to inertia. And they can do this horizontally or vertically. And the ability to transition from high altitude down to underwater with high velocity impact and apparently no damage to the craft. It's these maneuvers that would put the UAPs in a no-win scenario with the U.S. military. So the U.S. military has no ability to do any of these 7 things. If there were another military power on Earth that had any of these 7 abilities, if we went up against them, we'd lose. There's a reason for the military to get involved and do something about it. So how would we duplicate these behaviors? Well, the first thing we would need is probably unlimited source of electrical power. Compact nuclear powered aircraft. The Department of Defense has looked at doing nuclear powered aircraft. The reactors, in order to shield the occupants, would make the reactor shielding too heavy. Plane would be too heavy to fly. Even if it did fly, airplanes crash, not good. We would need to take this massive amount of electrical power and use it to create or negate gravitational fields. Take the gravity that the Earth is pulling on you, and if you could negate that to 0, there would be no vertical drag on the airplane by gravity. Negation of inertia. If you're cruising along and you want to come to a stop, the stuff on the inside is going to take a hit. In football players, you may have a helmet on that prevents brain injury like blunt force trauma to your head, causing a brain injury. But if you're moving fast enough, your brain is sloshing around inside your skull and you're going to have brain damage just from that. Same sort of thing. And you would need to come up with a matter dispersion field. In other words, if you're flying through the air that fast and there's no sonic boom and you can dive underwater, you have to have some ability to disperse the matter that you're flying through, be it air or water, so that it doesn't have an impact on you.
Inertial dampers.
Ask any contemporary physicist, what would it take to do that? They have no solution. But if somebody did walk up and said, well, I think for that first one, if you had a 0-point energy source, you could probably get all the power you wanted to. He'd be laughed off the stage. If you said, I need something that negates inertia, and you came up with anything and said, this will negate inertia, the conservation of momentum folks will be all over you. And if you said, I'm going to take atoms and push them out of the way without affecting the strong or weak nuclear force, the particle physics guys would go, what are you, crazy? So at the moment, we have no physics that would allow us to counter those 7 things. But here's advancements hiding in plain sight. There's this little place called the U.S. Patent and Trademark Office that if you're a private company working for the military and you think you've come up with something very advanced, you patent it under your name of your company, under the auspices of the U.S. military. There are patents out there. There's actually a patent that the title of the patent is Flying Saucer Aircraft. And it's from 2021. Sounds like interesting reading. So if you just go out to the U.S. Patent and Trademark Office website and just start looking around. Now you're going to have to filter through tons of patents that have nothing to do with it. A lot of them are medical device patents because, you know, MRI machines use high energy and magnets and subatomic particles, and yeah. This stuff's out there. And the patent office does not require you to build something that's an effective demonstration of the patent, although it's preferred. You can patent stuff that would never be possible. So you can patent 0-point energy and have no ability to create it, but it'll get patented. Okay, let's say it was us. Let's say that there were classified programs operated by the Air Force out of some military complex, and that's us. Carrier groups are operated out of the U.S. Navy. That's us too. If the Air Force had an advanced aircraft and they wanted to test it up against the best U.S. military has to offer, why not fly it against a U.S. Navy carrier group or armada and let them point everything they've got at it and see what you get back? And then you could go pay the carrier a visit and say, we'd like all the data you just got of us. So a carrier group doesn't just go, I think we'll go over there. A carrier group receives orders from higher authority. So if somebody in fleet operations received a tap on the shoulder from somebody in the Air Force saying, we'd like the carrier fleet to go over there, just do some maneuvers over there. Because the Air Force knew they were going to fly some clandestine aircraft over that area. So the Air Force could be, at the request of the classified program, asking the Navy brass to send the carrier fleet to a certain area where it can go and observe things. In the case of the Go Fast video, the USS Princeton, a Navy Ticonderoga class guided missile ship that has the latest in multiple phased array radar, sonar, fire control systems, it actually tracked numerous UAP targets for more than a day before aircraft were launched from the carrier as part of the battle group. Well, you know, everybody looks at the video and goes, well, that aircraft saw one thing. Why don't we get any data from the Princeton? If the Princeton saw all these other things and did that for a day before they ever launched any aircraft to go evaluate them, how come nobody mentions that? Let's get the evidence from the other sources. But then again, don't ask questions for which you know but don't like the answers, as they'll poke glaring holes in your conclusions. So if the Navy says, yep, that was us, that's all we got, nothing else to see. So we saw those 3 videos. Which ones haven't we seen? There's a ship called the USS Omaha, Lateral class ship 12, commissioned in 2018. It's the newest of the Independence class littoral ships. Littoral just means they're good in shallow water, coastal areas. It's high speed for a surface ship. It's shallow draft. It has all the latest infrared, sonar for mine hunting, stealth shaped. It's one of those ships that has all the flat sides on it. It was in maneuvers off the Southern California coast a year after being commissioned in 2019. It had multiple UAP encounters with spherical. Now, spherical versus tic-tac shaped depends upon maybe which angle you're looking at it. Multiple of them caught on radar and on shipboard infrared imagers. How come we don't hear about that? Oh, because nobody made a FOIA request. Who ordered the Omaha out that day to that location? And whoever the commander was in charge, did he say, don't get any Navy aircraft involved? Because they were not that far offshore, and if they saw something and they tracked it, they could have just went, hey, Marines, fly some stuff over here and you know, encounter these guys. They didn't. So why no FOIA request for that? And this is the latest one. This is the stuff that Helen pointed me to by Dr. Stephen Greer, Cosmic Hoax and Countdown to Disclosure. Those are both videos, movies made for TV, available in the service called Tubi, T-U-B-I, which is owned by Fox Corporation. Curious that Dr. Stephen Greer appears on Tucker Carlson's program, which is on Fox. But Dr. Greer, he was a retired triage physician. He has his own Wikipedia page, his own IMDb pages, because he does videos. And he claims that a clandestine military-industrial group is responsible for this all. They recovered debris. We've recreated alien craft, and a mix of alien craft and reproduced craft is actually what we're seeing. And he claims that at some point, when the military-industrial complex needs a new source of revenue, in other words, when we're done fighting in the Middle East and we aren't at war with Russia yet, they want more money. They need to beat the drumbeat again. And if you think we don't do that, Vietnam, China-Russia threat, Saddam, weapons of mass destruction, second Gulf War. We got to test out F-117A, JDAM, and mother of all bombs. So we need a place to do that. According to Dr. Greer, he says that this false flag drumbeat is beyond the control of the duly elected government, meaning Congress and the president. But he says that former governmental players are involved, as in the late, great George Bush Sr. and Dick Cheney. Everyone knows Darth Vader's behind it all. So the easiest way to uncover facts about this pretense would be for Congress to subpoena for public testimony government or military officials that request carrier fleet operations that were overflown by UAPs. Why did you send the carrier group there? What were their standing orders? Were they told not to missile lock on anything? Were they told not to shoot at anything? That would be interesting testimony. And if you don't think that there's a military-industrial complex, they're hiding in plain sight. So these are the 2021 revenue numbers by these companies. Boeing, $76 billion. They're responsible for the clandestine Phantom Works. They produce commercial aircraft. The Hornets, they produce rockets. Lockheed Martin, I like Martin's motto. We know who we're working for. Who are you working for? They're the Skunk Works folks. They're responsible for the F-22 Raptor. Airbus, over in the European Union. They're responsible for commercial aircraft, helicopters, and they build satellites. General Dynamics Corporation, they are the operators of the Electric Boat Shipyard up in the Northeast. They produce nuclear subs. Northrop Grumman, they were responsible for the original FA-18 Hornet, and the Grumman division is still working with Boeing to produce the latest Hornets. Raytheon, apparently they've divvied this stuff up. You get to do the subs, you get to do the radars and the radios, you get to do these airplanes. So Raytheon does at-FLIR, infrared pods, radar, and communication systems. The communication system used by the James Webb Space Telescope was a remodeled clone of a Raytheon radio. Even smaller companies, BAE Systems in the UK, they're responsible for the Eurofighter Typhoon, and they're actually building our Lightning II version of the F-35 aircraft. But then you've got to have somebody build the aircraft carrier. Huntington Ingalls, hard stuff done right. They're responsible for the Newport News shipyard that builds nuclear aircraft carriers. So all of these companies, these 8 companies, $338 billion in total revenue. But they're not as big as they used to be. I'm thinking they want to be bigger because the current biggies are in retail, information technology, healthcare, vehicles, communications, energy, and entertainment. Walmart, $559 billion. Don't you just think that irritates the hell out of Boeing and their paltry $76 billion? So you can see that what used to be the military-industrial complex that people thought of as the largest corporations on the planet are now chump change. And I don't think they want to take that. Conclusions. To think that humans are alone in the universe is simply arrogant, grossly arrogant. The scale of the universe would say that humans should not be unique. The age and longevity of orange stars versus our yellow star would say that humans should not be unique. The age would afford them thousands to millions of years of technological progress. The number of planets thus far detected in habitable zones of the right size would say the odds are rapidly declining that we're unique in the universe. Thus far, not detecting any physics and or chemistry different from that of Earth would say, you know, if we came out of certain chemistry and we operate based upon certain physics principles, and everything that we observe out in the universe does the same. If I look through a spectrometer, the chemistry is the same. If I look at the motions of things, physics is the same. And on Earth, wherever we can find a minimal set of supporting chemistry, even if it's alien to humans, like what's the temperature they're living in? And they're living in acid, and you know, all those things are extremophiles. Well, they're simple here on Earth. But if you have, you know, millions to billions of years, even extremophiles on Earth may evolve into something sentient. They just couldn't live in our atmosphere. To constrain extraterrestrial technology to our current limitations is absurd. Saying that they must communicate using radio, we're now finding out that gravity waves are superior to radio for communication. We just have currently no way of modulating gravity waves. But once we do, and we can make it cheap enough, gravity wave modulation will be superior to radio, and we might just go radio silent. Saying that extraterrestrials must not attain or go faster than the speed of light because we can't. We're only 1,000 years into flight. If they were 1,000,000+ to 1,000,000+ years head start over us, I don't think the speed of light should be a barrier. Sure, it's hard work. Sure, you got to create new technology. Sure, it might take a lot of energy and cost a lot of money. So, and technological advancements might already exist if we'd stop laughing at them and say, prove it, demonstrate it. How effective is it? And when you're looking at debunking evidence, don't cherry pick it and leave out the hard parts. Don't do the 4 out of 5. Or that's just Dennis. Identify all that you can readily debunk, but more importantly, identify what of the evidence you are unable to debunk and any additional data you need to request. Okay, that was long-winded. So I see that most people are muted. I'm going to take it that a portion greater than 0 is actually asleep, snoring, or left. So did I miss any, what about this kind of stuff?
Well, I'd feel more.
What was that, Adam?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Somebody was probably saying something serious. I was just saying I was going to wait for the opinion of Alex Jones and Joe Rogan on it, but I'm not convinced yet. Also, I don't know if you've considered that even if a steep bank in some kind of space vehicle might crush us like bugs, it wouldn't necessarily crush shape-shifting reptilian things. So there's no reason to give up hope. Seriously, I don't think anybody on this call or knowledgeable people would disagree that there's invariably life in the universe. It's just a question of whether they're close enough, in the great expanse of time. And the fact that, what I realized the other day, when was the neutron discovered? Like in 1932, something like that?
No, I think it was in the 20s. I think we started to discover additional particles in the 1930s, but I think the 20s is when we got the
Yeah,
basics.
maybe
of
the
it.
20s. I'm pretty sure it was 32. But well, anyway, 20s or 30s. And by 1945, we were massacring people by the hundreds of thousands with it.
Yep.
And what the conjecture, I don't remember what the philosophy is exactly called, but one of the great conjectures is between the time it takes for people or beings to discover radio waves and atomic particles and to wipe out their civilizations is less time than the time it would take for them to develop space travel. So anyway, that's just my 2 cents worth. I think that there's no question that there's intelligent life. The thing that seems most compelling to me isn't the logical arguments, but the actual pilots that saw it and the locks. Those are more compelling than anything else.
Yeah, they would
Yes,
certainly
for me it
understand
was
how to
shocking when I saw those videos because I'm skeptical, and because I teach astronomy, I know the distances in when you compare, the closest stars, it's like, light years away, and
only for us.
communication would be very difficult. And then
Only
when
using
I
radio.
saw those, and then when I saw those videos, I kind of like, holy, I was freaking out because I could see those crafts just bobbing in and out of water, and the pilots having difficult to track and follow and lock. That totally freaked me out. And they are credible witnesses because even when you have someone like Dr. Greer would be like, kind of credible, there is always like some nuts that go and sell books and stuff. So you can never trust. But someone who works for the government, who has a salary, and someone who actually, when you say something like that, is risking their careers, because like a pilot or helicopter pilot or someone who works in any area, like it could be even commercial, that it has a lot of responsibilities. When they say, I saw this, people could say, oh, let's put this guy on land because he's going nuts. So when they take the time to actually say something like that, they're risking their career, they're risking their livelihood, they are risking their families because they're saying something. So those witnesses are very credible.
Yeah, Helen, actually, you're the one who convinced me. I took it all as nonsense until you convinced me that what you were just saying about the pilots and so forth. One other thing, one tiny other thing. I think the idea that the government is concealing it and this and that and conspiracies, that's just a laugh. Come on. It's the first thing that you would do is conceal. If you see that there's some source of energy out there that's more powerful than all of your enemies on Earth combined, the first thing you're going to want to do is conceal it. You don't want to publish papers saying, oh, we saw these vehicles that can turn this fast, and one of them sank over here, and let me tell you where it is. Come on. And if you were alive in 1942 and you were saying, and you were trying to convince people that we should be investigating the power of the atomic bomb and investigating nuclear fusion, and maybe there could be a bomb, and there were literally tens of thousands of people working on the Manhattan Project in 3 places around the country, every government official would say, oh, that's nonsense. You don't need to do that. We don't need to look into that, because you want to keep stuff like that secret.
The other, videos that I saw, that it got me a little bit more, because I am still on the fence, Humpty Dumpty still. But some stuff is like, I don't know what you think, and I don't want to say, oh yeah, I believe it, because it's like, for me, it takes a little bit more. But what I worry is that some videos of people who actually believe in it, had sure of the data is correct and the witnesses are correct, they are mentioned, they are afraid that those spacecraft that fall on the ground and the government just grab, and then they put industry to reverse engineer, and then it's like, it's not the government that's owning the ideas, it's some people who are on profit, that could make profit, that using the government just, you know, to seal out, and then they are hiding the technology because they want to patent before anyone else. They want to understand and get those discoveries. And whenever you have a lot of power in something that has no elections, like a government, whenever you have people who has no one that can, hey, you cannot do that, that's illegal, because they changed the laws, they're involved with the government, they are paying the politicians' campaigns. So that I'm like, if it's really happening, I'm worried.
Well, watch the two Greer videos on Tubi, and one of the advancements that he claims was from a downed craft that we reverse engineered was Kevlar. Not Velcro, Kevlar. The other thing is the Roswell crash was not the start of it. It was almost 10 years prior to the Roswell crash that there was another crash that the military claimed wreckage. And so Roswell was a second crash, but there was a crash that isn't popularized that occurred before that. And as far as, yes, the distance is light years for us. That's like saying if all you had was a Conestoga wagon as your technology, the distance from New York to LA was enormous and would take you years. It's people died along the way. It's like, what about now? Oh, you just go to the airport, jump on a jet. So the improbable nature of something to us is not necessarily improbable, and certainly not a showstopper or an insurmountable hurdle to somebody who has 1,000 or 1,000,000 years head start on us. And as for the, it's easy to discover subatomic particles and blow yourself up than it is to go to the moon. Yeah, that's actually taken into account. There's a formula called the Drake equation. And that says, if you said, these are all the stars that have planets, they've added that one, and these are all those that have life on them. These are all those that had intelligent life. These are all those that developed advanced technology. These are all those that created nuclear weapons. And you can make the next term 0, presuming that, well, as soon as everybody discovers nuclear weapons, they wipe everybody out. Given the number of stars went from millions to 100+ billion just in our galaxy, given the number of habitable planets outside of our solar system, we find more every time we look, and they're habitable. They're in the Goldilocks zone. That number is going up. So even if you took that formula, even if you took the Drake equation, you're running out of probability terms to make the number small. The number currently is at the 1,000+ level. So the odds on there being life in our galaxy is at the 1,000+ occurrences in our 100 million stars in our galaxy.
100 million.
Yeah. So
what is this Drake equation? When was that developed?
It is a thought. It is a thought.
it's a thought experiment. It's a thought experiment.
It's just a
yeah,
projection
'cause-
using. So
Just
you
Google
get,
Drake equation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you get like, because like the discovery of multiple planets is like recent history. It has like
Yep.
15 years.
They had to
or
add a
so.
term for that.
So you get like the number of stars in a galaxy, and then the number of planets in those stars. Then you got the conditions, where those planets are, and then the development of biology in those planets. And then from the development of biology, you have the development of civilizations. And then when it gets to a point
Oh, there he
also
is.
that they add some of the terms is that the chance for those civilizations to destroy themselves. And, you know, it's just a thought experiment. And then, so if it's me and Helen, guess the numbers. I have one kind of numbers for what I believe. And then if it's you, you multiply and gets a different number because of what you believe. So it varies what, you know, kind of whatever it is.
It's the
So
kind of
here's-
thing Carl Sagan used to talk about.
Yeah, here is the Drake equation for those people that are
Yeah.
interested. This is the Wikipedia page for it. And it's essentially a number of factors. And you change the probability for each one of the factors. And the end result is the number of civilizations in our galaxy. And remember, there's billions of galaxies with which we might be able to communicate. But it says communicate means radio. Well, they may not be using radio anymore. Just like we don't
So
use smoke signals anymore.
So let's say, Joe, I'm gonna give you average star formation. I'm gonna go for 10. Well, let's say no 100. No, it's or a galaxy now. It's low down. I'm gonna give you 10 new stars for a year. Okay. So now, tell me the fractions of the stars that you think they have planets. So the number of stars of our galaxies would be. I'm gonna give you, okay, so I'm gonna give you 400,000 galaxies. So the actual number that we calculate right now, it's one planet per star. So you still 400,000 planets. Okay. So now the second one. What is the average number of planets that potential support a star life on the planets? So let's say that from those 400,000, we have maybe from all of those, you have maybe let's say, let's give a very low number. Let's make it 400 planets. So let's make 400 planets that can get this. So then the next one is a fraction of planets that could support life that actually develop life at some point. So let's see, that's let's say 100% of those planets develop some kind of life because they have the okay chemistry. So let's keep the 400. So the next one, fraction of planets which the life code to develop intelligent life. So let's do from 400 planets that could develop intelligent life. Let's say that you have like maybe 20 planets. So let's make it 20 now. Okay, the number is blowing down from my whatever would. So now, fraction of civilization that develop technology, there are detectable signs of existence into space. Let's say that eventually they do, depending on the time of it. So let's see, like keep the 20 civilizations. Length of time of such civilizations release detectable signals from space. So we took what 4 billion to actually become, you know, and then it's been about 100 years or so that we could have signals coming out of our planet. So as you can see, like you can have very low number depending how skeptical you are, or sometimes you can end up with it's just a thought experiment. So over here, I just guesstimate, but what I know by what I learned. So depending on the person, depending on what kind of knowledge they have, you end up, you know, making higher number or lower number, depending how you think, you know. So let's see if right after the Japan War, and you have the Cold War, and let's say the Cold War would get hot war, you instead to have 20, we would have 19, because we wouldn't be here, talking about this. So it depends how those civilizations survive the teenage years of technology or not. So it's just a thought experiment.
It's a formula for all audiences, because once you get beyond the observed actual values, everything else is speculative. And if your speculation is conservative, you'll come away with n being a small number. And even if n is a small number, you'll say, oh, yeah, but they're on the other side of the galaxy, and we won't hear from them because of the speed of light barrier for radio communications.
So the
Hasn't
first time
reached us yet.
the first time I used that calculation and actually did the calculation, it was before Kepler. I end
Yeah.
up with 2 civilizations,
Right.
ours and somewhere else.
Yeah.
But then after Kepler, my guesstimation raised to a little bit more.
Well, Kepler pointed out that just about every star has multiple
At least
planets.
one planet. At least one planet.
Has multiple planets. And
But in average, because there are some stars that have no planets because they have very short lives. So what I mean is, like, on average.
are you
every star
calculating
has-
that based upon the lifespan of the star, or you have no observation for that?
No, when you have like large stars, it's very difficult to form planets.
Okay, so you have no evidence that concludes that.
Yeah.
Yeah. So this formula will work however you want if you don't have the data. If you're postulating the data, you can make n always come up to be 0. If you look at the data that we're actually
it
picking
cannot
up,
be 0. It's always at least 1.
yeah, but the 1 they'll just throw to the far side of the galaxy, and we'll never be able to
No,
hear
I
from
mean
them.
1 us.
Yeah.
It's always 1. The smallest number that can be for now is 1.
No. See, we're not done yet.
Yeah.
100 years from now, we could disappear
We could
due to
screw up
plague
big time.
or nuclear war or a pulsar, blazing away our atmosphere, or the sun having a problem, and it'd be at 0.
Yeah. For now, it's just 1.
Right. But what they found so far is, if you look at R and if you look at FP and you look at NE, those numbers are on the rise. So the number of stars in our galaxy is far more than we originally thought. The number of those
Number
that
of
have
stars?
planets is far more than we originally thought, because we thought somehow our solar system was unique because we had multiple planets. No, we're commonplace because we have multiple planets. The number of planets that can support life, in other words, the ones that are in the Goldilocks zone, we're finding lots of those. The problem is they're tidally locked to their star, and their star happens to be a red star. So they're going to be burned up or frozen. It's not that habitable, but it's in the right distance.
Doesn't sound very Goldilocks to me.
Well, it is. The Terminator. Between the hot side and the cold side, there's an area that has a habitable temperature zone.
But the problem is that red stars are very, they're flare too much. So there's a lot of radiation that comes out, and they have a tendency to destroy atmospheres.
Well, that's a good point. What about the orange stars?
Oh, the orange stars are really good because, so
Yeah.
if you don't know, the larger the star, the shorter is the life.
Right.
So if you have colder stars like ours is a dwarf star, but it's a yellow,
Right.
so it's kind of a bit hotter. But if you have orange stars, those stars can be like, instead to have a stable about, in our case, would be the last 4 billion years or so of stability. And for where we are in the age of the sun, we have about maybe 400 million or 500 million old or so. You know, like for every billion years, the sun, our star, gets 10% hotter.
Yep.
When we get 10% hotter, it's like it's not livable on Earth.
Yep.
And this is going to be like in a very short time. It will be, if we don't make it even worse because of the industry.
But if you happen to be orbiting an orange star in the Goldilocks zone, you could already have many millions of years head start on us, because the orange star is going to last for billions of years longer than our sun.
Yeah. So our sun's predicted to have 12 billion years of livelihood, about that. Orange star could be 30 billion years.
Yes.
So that is like a long time, you know, of development. So it's slowlier. So there are a star like ours, takes forever to burn the hydrogen. The problem with red stars is they're very unstable and they're convective. Red and orange, yellow and orange stars are pretty good because they have layers, and they have the outer layer is convective, but they have the core very stable. So it's like producing, you know, fusing during fusion. So they have a very long.
And there's also population density. There are more red stars than orange stars, and more orange stars than yellow stars.
Yes, indeed.
So if you just said, how many orange stars are there in our galaxy? Of those orange stars, how many of them have multiple planets? Of those that have multiple planets, how many of those planets are in the Goldilocks zone? N starts to take on a much and number. Then the next barrier is always radio. Things can't go faster than the speed of light. And you give them a million years head start on us technologically, and you still consider that to be a barrier?
Yeah, Joe. The Fermi paradox about where is everybody if there are so many great possibilities for life. The Drake equation basically is an attempt to answer the Fermi paradox, to say, where is everybody, and so forth. Monroe, the thing is that I think the point that Helen is making is that, well, it's true, there are more and more stars and more galaxies. The things that we recognize as being requirements for life are greater and greater as well. That when you say something, to say something's in the Goldilocks zone because it's a particular distance from the star, but then to say, oh yeah, but it's also so huge that it's going to crush any kind of life that we know or can conceive, or that it's so close to the sun that it's going to be burning hot or something like that. It's hard, it's hard to qualify it as the Goldilocks zone, because these things it's true what you're saying. The one thing that seems odd that you're saying is when you say, well, maybe they don't use radio waves. When you say that, that's not science anymore. We can only say stuff that really is. It's like Star Wars is science fiction or science-based fiction, because there isn't such a force. Yeah, maybe there's a force
Adam,
that you can use like that.
Adam, do you own a mobile phone? What would you say to somebody in the 1950s to describe your mobile phone?
No, I absolutely agree with whoever said that any technology that's too far advanced to understand seems like magic. That's true. I would call it magic, but it doesn't. But it doesn't mean I can say that in the future there'll be something that's, well, in fact, we absolutely can say there are things that will happen in the future that are so far advanced we'll view them as magic then, but we can't use that as a conjecture in the Drake equation to say, well, maybe that, because then we can say maybe there'll be teleportation. If there's teleportation from one place to another, then it dramatically increases the chance of different civilizations being able to reach each other.
Then I go back to work Miami, because I-95 sucks. No, but I get it. The difficult. So that's why watching that videos caused me a little bit of, Santa Claus doesn't exist kind of a drama, because a person who sees science and know what is the right now science that it rules, you know, chemistry and biology, for me to go and, oh, for sure they are visiting us, it's very hard, it's very difficult for me to change position. So what is that I was on one side of the wall saying no. Right now at this moment I'm hanging on the top of the wall. I'm not there on the other side yet, but those videos from those pilots coming and on the government website, those videos are the ones that are making me kind of, oh, holy shit, maybe. And maybe they know more, and because they have, you know, science that can allow them to do that. So now I'm open up my mind to that possibility, but it's still very hard for me to jump the wall to the other side. And then to the other comment that saying that before, when we are mentioning the Goldilocks zones, like especially, you know, 20 years ago or so, we only think there would be places where you can have liquid water. That's what it means when you mention Goldilocks zones. But now, with development of biology, for now, the people are observing nature that's side by side to them. You see, you know, the environment. We're learning about extremophiles. 25 years ago, I didn't study that in school. I didn't even knew that's the word. I started because I started studying astronomy. That's I learned about extremophiles. So this is a new science. So now that instead for us to just think about liquid water, that's the only way because that's what happened here. Now we are allowing higher temperature, higher radiation, lower temperature, lower radiation, lack of atmosphere, aquatic life, or, you know, some other kind of liquid-based life. We are learning and we are seeing more. And now we are just learning to open up our minds to absorb more knowledge that doesn't follow the, you know, little square knowledge that we have like 20 years ago. So yeah, so there are more possibilities. We see more planets. We know about the extremophiles. So then the you know, the little number that you would guess as your own knowledge to the Drake equation, now you are acquiring new knowledge. You know more about the planets. You know more about extremophiles. Now those numbers are becoming larger and larger. Now, for you get the jump off the wall to get number of civilizations and possibility to actually travel in distances that are, you know, in space-time impossible for now. That is a little bit hard for me, but that video is like, see, Santa Claus doesn't exist. And like, oh, I want to get the gift. And so I'm gonna tell my parents that I do believe in Santa Claus. Kind of that's where I am in now.
Well, we found in our solar system, so you don't have to deal with the light years. We found in our solar system that there are other environments that are stable. And if we find that there are extremophiles that are in those environments, then it says the Goldilocks zone may be needed for intelligent life, but the Goldilocks zone isn't needed for life. As in, there happens to be an ocean on Titan, happens to be liquid methane, temperature is much lower, but if we actually send something to Titan and it finds extremophile life, much like finding that there are planets around other stars in our galaxy, and then finding that those planets are at the right range for their star such that they have liquid water, the next step would be expanding that equation to say extremophile life exists in a band, not a line. So if you have different chemistry at different temperatures on different sized worlds around different kinds of stars, there may actually be not a point, not a line, but actually a swath, much like there is in the chart of stars, energy levels versus color. That's a swath. That's not a line. So we may find eventually that extremophiles will lead us to environments where life can exist longer, can't exist at all, but it's going to be an extremophile life. So the more we look, the more we learn. Don't take anything for granted right now. Be open to your most basic dogmatic beliefs changing, because that's what science does. You find new
And
data, new evidence.
who's also to say that we are intelligent life? Our lights may not have turned on yet. Maybe we're just rooting around like the dumb animals, you know.
Well,
So,
well, if you encountered a civilization that was 1,000,000 years more technologically advanced than we are now, yeah, we would be the cavemen.
yeah, even 30 years from now.
That's maybe, we might at least have the physics to understand that one. But if you went a few thousand years out, we wouldn't even have the baseline physics to understand it. We're still rooting around in subatomic particles going, I think we got an anti-neutrino here.
So if any one of you wants to explain the Drake equation to anyone, that is, I posted a video from NASA Night Sky Network explaining how for you explain for the public. So this is a outreach training video that you can use, and it's kind of fun for you to actually present and then guess your own number. So at Fox Observatory, we have like a plastic paper with the galaxy and the number that you do, and then you can use like a dry erase pen, so you can kind of multiply or divide and guess your numbers. So it's kind of easy to translate the Drake equation in a cool activity that you can do to anyone. So whenever I was doing the activity, I always divided for round numbers, like, you know, just half, or I multiply everything by 10 or by 100 or by 1,000. So it makes easier for you to explain outside of people. You know, if you get like too detailed with your numbers, people just, so it's better, you know, simple numbers. But it is a good activity if you want to repeat to anyone, or, you know, in your dinner table before people throw food on you.
Yeah, I think of the Drake equation as you can always find a postulative value for one of the later factors that will let you sleep at night. If you want them to exist, you can find a low end. If you don't want them to exist, you can find a high end that will give you nightmares. So the Drake equation is very comforting to both positions.
The only thing that kind of gives me nightmares, not even them visiting us, and we could be cool for lunch because they might be carnivores or something like that. But what worries me more if that they actually are visiting us and they're, you know, crashing here, and some industry is taking advantage of this and just get to appropriate technology that does not belong to them, and they're patenting that, and they could use to control us like Facebook's already doing, or
Well,
YouTube or something like that.
If you could create a source of electrical energy that was unlimited,
They would
economical
not
to
allow it
produce,
to go out because they
Right.
want the industry to be just the way it is. You know,
Yes.
oil, people who own the means of industry
right?
will not let, you know, things for the humanity that they cannot make money of it will never see the day of light. Just like, you know,
Yep.
like people say, oh, like crazies like Tesla. But, you know, he had the idea of a free electricity, And then people were financing research like, nah, if it cannot be built, if you cannot send a bill for people, no, we are not doing it. So if it's something for the goodness of the humanity, but cannot be, you know, financially taken care of, it will never happen. And unfortunately, most of the governments are controlled for the people who finance their elections. And even if the government had in hypothesis to take care of the people, not the industry, they will never see the daylight. There will never be, because they cannot build, they will hide it.
So
Well, thank God we live in the United States of America where something like that could never happen. Can I ask you a related question, Helen?
Sure.
So more interesting than the Drake equation to me, which is just making up variables and saying, yeah, there's life or isn't. Much more interesting is what Monroe was mentioning about Titan. I think the thermodynamics, if you just look at it from a thermodynamic situation and energy, you say, and a chemical situation, you say, obviously methane is carbon-based for reasons that people believe that carbon-based is either necessary for life or much more likely something in the group, because for anybody who doesn't know, there are as many organic compounds with carbon, more of them, than all of the other compounds without carbon, because of, anyway, because it's carbon. Do you think there's a possibility of life on Titan? I would say that that's much more likely.
I would say so. I would say so. I've not just in Titan, but also in Enceladus. Oh, no, Titan, no, sorry. Europa and Enceladus is very likely because it's liquid water, so it follows the same kind of composition, temperatures, and conditions that when life happened here on Earth, it was similar.
And they have billions of years. They have billions of years like life on Earth. And if you when Monroe was conjecturing,
Titan has a little problem. So whenever you bring any food in your house that you know it's going to spoil, what do?
I put it in the refrigerator.
Yeah, so it's colder. So what you're doing, you're slowing down chemical and biological processes because of temperature. So if you compare Titan, that's liquid methane, is a liquid that you could have some kind of weird biology happening there. But you have to remember that for bacteria to start developing in our world took like 500 million years just to start. And then you have you take 4 billion years to actually become civilization. That took a long time. And you have only the last 500 million years that you have real creatures. For most of the age of the planet Earth, it was just bacterial stuff. It was just, microscopical stuff. It could be, other kinds of life. Then if you think about it, Titan has a liquid that some kind of biology could be happening. I'm open to it. But you have to remember it's going to be a very primitive life. Very, very primitive. Because there, the temperatures are so low that the process is slow. So it took billions of years to happen here, where nice temperatures. There, it's going to take even longer for something to happen because of the colder temperatures. Now, the other thing is
primitive life. Primitive life means no baseball.
Yes. Yeah. And the other thing is that you have to remember that water is very polar. When you have something that is polar, you help a little bit the chemistry because you're making the molecule contact to other molecules that are polar. You start chemistry to happening. You separate salts and you separate methane. It's apolar. And when it's liquid, it's not really reactive unless it is in presence of oxygen or other. So it's very difficult in there for two ways, is for chemistry to happen. One, temperatures are low. Second, methane is a apolar liquid, so it makes difficult. You can dilute things in it, but it doesn't help because everything's so inert, everything's so equalized. And so it's a little bit more, it happens. You see processes happening in all the kinds of polar liquids, but it's a little bit more difficult. So when you want to carry on with like dangerous metal, you put inside oil because it's a polar and it's very low reactivity and doesn't allow oxygen to go in. If you have something that you need to protect, like food, you put in olive oil because it's going to slow down the spoilage process. Bacteria doesn't grow that easily. So that's those factors that you have with apolar liquids. But I think it's not impossible. Now, for me, I'm rooting for something be happening on Enceladus and on Europa, and also maybe some evidence of, even if not alive anymore, Mars, or maybe alive in the subsurface of Mars, and maybe something fun is happening on the atmosphere of Venus. But you know, my biggest bet is for what we find here in our solar system. It would be Enceladus and Titan. If I was a betting woman, I would bet on Enceladus and Titan. Oh, Enceladus and Europa. And by the way, Europa is not our world to use.
So says the landlord.
Oh, some people didn't get that one. So
I got it. I knew it was coming the moment you started speaking it. NASA's sending a craft to Titan that will fly around now that they've got a reliable helicopter under their belt called Dragonfly. It will fly around on Titan looking for signs of life. I think they're going to be very surprised when they don't clean up the spacecraft enough and the spacecraft has oxidization in the presence of the methane atmosphere. Hey, look, Titan hasn't seen oxygen forever. Look, we brought a spacecraft that needs a lubricant, and the lubricant has a highly oxidizing material. So, yeah, that would be interesting. For some people, unless the aliens show up at their front door and ask for sugar,
what about
they don't
vote?
exist.
What about we vote? Like, yes, no, maybe. I am on a maybe.
Oh, well, let's see here. Can I turn on anonymous
I
voting?
mean, I'm not saying life. Life, I do believe it's like, it's basic, you know, whatever chemistry we see here, we see everywhere else. I mean, what we could vote is that, are they visiting us or not? I'm on the wall. I'm on a fence. I'm on a maybe.
I think it is the height of arrogance for any human to believe there's no other life in the universe that's intelligent as us.
The question posed was, are they visiting us or not?
Yes.
You think so? What
Yes.
about you, Joe? Yes or no, or maybe? Joe, your turn.
What? I missed it. What did you say?
The question is, are they visiting us? Yes, no, maybe.
Oh, yeah, my next door neighbor. Yeah.
Okay. What about you, Deanne?
I would say greater than 50% yes.
Okay. What about you, Adam?
I can't find my mute button.
Well, we can hear you, so.
Oh,
can
you can
hear
hear
you.
me? Oh, okay. I would say there isn't enough evidence yet to know. I would say
So
less than 50%.
You're no.
Yeah, I'm a no.
Okay. So, okay, David. What about you, Dave? Can you talk? So, Manuela.
Yeah,
what-
I was muted. That's the thing. No.
So what you think? Are they visiting us? Yes, no, or maybe?
I would think yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
David's phone has hands up icon on it. I don't know
Yeah.
what
Oh,
if
okay.
that means
So
yes or no.
his
Well,
vote is yes.
yeah,
Okay.
there's
All
three
right, all
possible
right.
answers and he raised his hand, so I guess it's yes.
So I am the only one who is a coward here. I didn't have yes or no. I'm on the baby.
My thought is, for the people that definitely said no, what would it take? Would they have to knock on your front door and ask for a cup of sugar?
Yes.
Yeah, I didn't say no. I would say there just has to be sufficient evidence, and the only evidence that I've seen is those pilot videos, and I thought they were probably wrong until Helen explained to me these people have jobs and they're not going to take it and lose their careers over it and stuff like that. So the only compelling evidence I have is from Helen. So I'm just looking for a little bit more. It's evidence, but of course there's plenty of stuff. If sure, it'd be nice to see them. It'd be nice to see, it's basically science. You see
Yes.
evidence that's sufficient to. It's just science. The same like what would it take me? For example, a religious person will say, what can I do to prove to you that there isn't a God? Nothing you can never prove to me. But there's nothing that will prove to you that there's no evolution. And of course you say, of course there is. Show me a fossil layer where people are riding on dinosaurs and I'll believe it right away. It's just science.
Antibiotics. You can see, in 30 hours, you can actually see that happen. Mutations in antibiotics.
Yeah.
Oh, you can see COVID. You can see in COVID. How can anyone not believe in evolution when first there was COVID, then there was Delta, then there's Omicron, and now it's as if there was no original one anymore. It's completely wiped it out because of random evolution. If Omicron had existed before Delta or before the original one, then they wouldn't have gone. Anybody can see it, but they don't.
Adam, that's genius. And I didn't even thought about it to use that as an example. My go example is antibiotics and bacteria. But I love it. I love it. So I'm going to use that one too. But
okay, we have a mutual admiration society.
If they knock at my door, I don't have sugar. I only have maple syrup and dates because I don't use refined sugar. And please no probing.
So aliens can't exist because they can't come to your front door and ask for sugar because you don't have sugar.
No,
Well,
I
they can
don't.
ask for sugar, but
Sweet and low.
So if she turns them away because she doesn't have sugar, then they must not exist.
No probing.
no,
But it is
that
like
is
equal.
not.
So
That's
I
not good
think that Adam is in the Sagan-Tyson camp.
Yes, exactly.
I've seen no evidence that proves they do exist, therefore they don't.
No, therefore there's no evidence. That's absolutely a mischaracterization of the Sagan count. Sagan absolutely says that there isn't sufficient evidence means there isn't sufficient evidence. Sagan doesn't even say there's no God. Tyson doesn't even say there's no God. He says there's no evidence. In the absence of that evidence, we can ignore that hypothesis because it isn't science.
There's some evidence, but it's not 100% convincing, like these videos from the fighter jets. There's some evidence there that could be indicative of aliens, but it's not a firm proof yet.
Like I said,
I agree. I was only making the general case in science. Yeah, right, of course.
No, yes, in general case of science, the position should be not no, but I'm still waiting.
There are a lot of people. There are a lot of people.
Evidence.
There are a lot of people that
Exactly.
claim. There are a lot of people that claim to still be waiting on proof of global warming.
Yeah, but I would say, wait a minute. I would say the difference, of course there are. I watch their videos all the time.
Yeah.
The thing is that the difference is the amount of evidence presented in the case of global warming and the amount of evidence presented in the case of extraterrestrials being here are a little bit different.
Yes, completely different. Because if you go for the researchers, 99.9% of the climate and satellite researchers, people who had the kind of data that can infer that, it's like 99%, only 1% that says, oh, that is not enough data, or no, that is not happening. So most of the scientists, so in that case, even though you're not a climate scientist, when you see that the majority of climate scientists and people who do science that are related to the area does that, say, yeah, that's for sure. That's why the climate's crazy, that why you have, storms, and how you have more energy in the atmosphere that's causing all kinds of havoc, and how you cannot really predict seasons anymore because they're going crazy, is because of that. So it is established science. That is not
More,
even
but,
like
but there's more than that. There's much
Oh,
more than that. There's much more than that. There's a test you didn't even mention. My cousin's a professor. He told me about this climate change and global warming in 1985, and he made predictions, and the predictions came true. It isn't just that
Yes.
99% of them say it now. It's that people in 1985 were saying it, in 1990 and 2000, and these predictions were made, and by God, they came true. And that's the golden test. If you have a
Yeah.
hypothesis, explanation, and you predict what's going to happen. So all the
Yes.
or climate science, who are people who oppose it and say, well, there were the reasons that climate got worse before, and there was climate change before, and of course they don't mention the fact that it's much more rapid now than it's ever been. They also aren't able to predict about what's happening because it's not science. In climate science, it's golden, not platinum. Yeah, it's platinum. It's
I
done.
think a lot
People
of the
predicted
people
it before.
a lot of the people who were climate change deniers may be now accepting that there is climate change, but they're still denying that it's man-made.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. That's the
So,
progression.
in the case
But
of,
when you have the cigarette revolution that people are proving, like doctors, oh, I smoke Marlboro. Doctors were saying that. And they had the data 20 years before.
Yeah.
So when you use campaign industry to do that, what they're selling is confusion. Their business is doubt.
Yeah.
And that's why it's happening. So because you have a powerful industry of any kind of industry, could be cigarettes, could be the oil, could be cars, could be mines, and could be meat, animal protein industries. They are seeing the data that their own scientists are figuring out. I think in this 1970, the Exxon, or it was Shell, I don't know, it was the first person who noticed climate change actually worked for the oil industry. But then they go, silence what you're seeing, move along, you didn't see that. So that happening for a long time. But because if we took action to stop, they would lose money. That never happened. So that's the case for the climate change, is that because you have people being contracted to actually say on TV or going places to cause confusion. Their business is confusion. But as long as you're confusion, you won't do anything.
Helen,
Yes.
have you heard of a book called The Merchants of Doubt?
No.
No, I was just wondering it because you happen to use that phrase. There's a book from 2010 called The Merchants of Doubt, which is, quote, how a handful of scientists obscured the truth on issues from tobacco smoke to global warming. It's not only true what you're saying, but there happens to be a book specifically about that, Merchants of Doubt, about how they hire a few scientists to do, not in America, of course, but how corporations hire people to do exactly that. It's called Merchants of Doubt. I highly recommend it to you.
I think I'm kind of coding them. It's probably because I saw some kind of interview on Diane Rinn show that mentioned that. So it's basic my vocabulary where I have a catcher. It's like I read stuff and I listen to stuff and sticks, but I cannot remember where did I take it. But most likely I watched the interview of Merchant of Doubt or something like that. I just don't remember where it came from. But yeah, I've seen, you know, it started with the tobacco and they use the exactly same, you know, places to do the climate change, and now they are doing also to obscure the data about animal protein. They are using the same techniques.
So in the case of climate change, we have the ability, we understand the sensing technology, we can make measurements that are irrefutable and state this is the case.
That's easier. Yes.
Okay. So, what observations would you need to provide you the evidence that life exists outside of our solar system?
I'd have to think about it. I don't know what evidence, you know, in the case of something like evolution, it's kind of easy because you have like stratigraphic layers.
Right.
What I would need, I mean, I think if I saw an actual spaceship from another planet or something land here, if I saw evidence. So for example, another thing that Carl Sagan said is, you know, all these people come and or say that they've been abducted, but none of them thought to pick up anything from the ship that would have some kind of, you know, not Kevlar. I mean, that's a joke saying Kevlar came from something. That's not advanced enough compared to somebody who was millions or even 30 years, like Joe was saying. 30 years ago, we couldn't imagine the chemical advances that we would have. Now, if I saw something with that kind of a chemistry that's that wildly different, that was purported to come extraterrestrially and that you could see landed on a spaceship, didn't just come from a lab somewhere, I think those are the kind of things.
So where would it have to land? And what photos or video would you trust to be proof of that landing?
That's a good question. I'm not sure. Obviously, because they had things like that with War of the Worlds and people really believed it. I would be skeptical. I'm not sure that I'd have to meet the person personally. I think if it was in the New York Times and the Washington Post and papers like that.
If MSNBC and Fox would have cameras side by side showing it. At the same time, so that is like, yeah, both sides are sure. No, seeing those videos and seeing where they came from, where they are, made me go from the club of no to club of maybe. What would I need to? It's basic.
What would you need that would give you the concrete, observational, unquestionable, undeniable evidence that there exists intelligent life beyond our solar system?
So
would they have to carry on a conversation with you personally?
No. I think I would aid for the government to say, yes, they are. Yes, we have it. You know, kind of.
Well, we've got a government that says what the outcome of an election is, but we've got a lot of people that don't believe that.
Yeah.
Again, you're changing the proposition, though. I already believe unquestionably that there's intelligent life beyond our solar system based on probability. It's the question of them visiting us here that needs to be proven.
The question is the visitors. Yeah, it's hard for me to just go and believe
so
it.
if you deny them the ability to travel faster than light, that's the plausible excuse as to why they've never visited us.
Not anymore, because since I saw those videos where they are moving things in the ways that it would not be possible with the technology that we have, that's not the problem. For me, I'm almost there. But I think for me, it's for the government to confirm what they already know, if they know, because they have the videos in there. So for me, I'm waiting for the confirmation of the government that that's not ours, that is not Russian, that is not Chinese, that is not somewhere else, but they are not doing it.
So if there were if there were a false flag event, would you believe it? If there was an
I don't know.
extraterrestrial 9/11, would you believe it?
I don't know, because I'm highly skeptical.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Why
It's
would they
just
come
like-
here and start messing around with us when, if they have that skill set, if they have that technology, they wouldn't need anything that we have on this
No.
planet. They
No.
wouldn't need us.
And I'm worried is that if they're actually visiting us, if that's the A-OK, they're actually doing it, why the government keeps so much secret? Why they visit other countries to stop, you know, the showing on TV? Why they grab the data from ships? Why they land all sailors and tell them to sign papers, not to say anything? So then I'm worrying is that industry is taking over that technology. Then
Why
it
does
is
that
something
worry
even
you?
more dangerous.
Why does that particular thing worry you, that industry is going to steal all the alien secrets?
Not that they're going to steal it. And who's going to control them? They control us.
I don't know which is
And we
better,
don't
having
vote
industry
on
control it or government control it.
Yeah, the thing is that the government.
Well, that's because you're not from Brazil. If you were from Brazil, you'd know that it's worse having industry control government and government controlling us. I mean, in the United
It's
States,
happening here. I'm seeing it. I think I brought it with me 20 some years ago, because since Citizens United, politicians are being elected to protect industry, not population. I'm seeing the United States slowly becoming a Brazil, and I don't like it.
yeah, I was just kidding when I was saying, thank God we live in the United States where nothing could happen like that. I mean,
That's why I laugh.
the very examples that you gave about, you look at the absolute obscenity of selling cigarettes, not just to people, but to kids, marketing them for kids, having flavors when they know they cause cancer, and well known within the industry, and yet industry can get away with it, that they know about global warming perfectly well. There was just something on NPR today about the methane leaks that are all over the place, and industry isn't going to do anything about them until they're forced to do it. And under Trump, they released they loosened the regulations. Of course, it's a
And you know,
the business of industry, the business of business is to make money. And if it's selling nuclear weapons or selling fossil fuel and destroying
or
the
alien
environment.
technology.
So, Helen, do you think that alien technology should just be freely available, and you're concerned that industry will keep it to themselves or try to profit off of it on the backs of average citizens, or that they'll misuse
something like
it?
that.
Or,
Something like that. So if they're controlling, if that's happening, if it's falling on the hands of the government, but the industry are taking control because they are paying to reverse engineer. And if they're paying to reverse engineer, they're going to patent that. What is going to happen? Everything that they can put the bill on it will see the day of light. And everything that could contribute to the whole humanity, like energy, like food, like any kind of technology, will never see the daylight. And then, as you can see what happened during the last elections, one kind of technology, the phone, still causing havoc, because phones, nobody believes the results of elections, or nobody believes things that are obvious, like climate change, or, you know, like if you say something just because you don't believe it, it's like you go, and that kind of, like when you watch a video, that is a computer engineered algorithm that's gonna make you see just that thing all the time. So now, instead for me to talk with people with different ideas, I'm like in my bubble. And because I'm in my bubble, because whatever I see is because the algorithm reads that I see and it wants me to engage. So industry is controlling my life, even though I'm aware of that. I'm aware of that, and I cannot escape because I have cookies on my phone, cookies on my computers. It's like I am not totally in control of my life, even though I'm aware of it. So it's really very difficult that I seem to technology just programs, and computers are already controlling what I buy, what I eat, what knowledge, what news, it's like it is, omnious, like the controlling elections in many countries. They're influencing everywhere. And this is omnious. Now, if they have technology that's even more advanced than our own technology,
Exactly.
it makes me worry. If they're reverse engineering something that could make like everybody Matrix kind of thing, apocalyptic thing.
Okay.
And then, I'm exaggerating right now. But the thing is that you have to remember that whenever industry sees some kind of destruction, and if that kind of destruction is going to cause their shares to go down, they're going to zip up and let it go until somebody says something. Or whenever you get like many people dying, or whenever rich people who has a platform can complain about it. But as long as the destruction is in a place where people have no platforms to defend themselves, not even the justice system now that is so politicized, where parties choose, even judges to control and get the industry is controlling the country. And if they're getting technology that they should not, because they're reverse engineering stuff, not really developing the stuff like the natural history of planet Earth, that worries me, because they're capable to make the buck, to make more buck than saving the planet, because they will live well, their kids maybe will live well, but they could care less about their grandkids. No, they fix it in the future, as long as I'm rich now. And I cannot even say that badly about them, because I don't know if I was in a position that I could make a lot of money, but I could cause a lot of damage. I don't know what I choose. I'm human. And I could be in the same kind of, and sometimes when you're in a certain position, you don't even see the problem. Oh, this is not a problem. This is easy to fix. It's, because it's not you. It's not you that's suffering the problem. You're just making the profit. So, like many people die of, lung cancers, all kind of cancers. They kept going until they could not. And then they found a way of the new electronic cigars. They invade the schools. You have like 10 years old who had tiny little cigarettes that was in the thing of the hoodies, and they were using those electronic cigarettes that are so small that a teacher could not figure out it was so advanced that the teachers could not see that was a cigarette. So they have no scruples. Nobody's governing them, because they govern the people who are supposed to govern them. And I'm worried. It doesn't matter if it's alien technology or Earth technology. If it's something that is really damaging, they can do whatever they want until there is enough damage that, like, the collective are going to say something. And sometimes take many lives to actually that happen. And I worry. I'm a warrior.
So if there were numerous societies throughout our galaxy, and they all had to undergo a progression of advancement, do you think our current progression of advancement would be unique or commonplace?
I think it's unique, because
what makes it unique? Why wouldn't other worlds go through this same mess?
Well, some stuff would be similar because you have like the same physics governing, but some stuff, like societal stuff, it varies. Right now, we are in a globalized world that you have technology that, you know, makes everything very fast together. So we will homogenize our culture soon enough. But before, you have so many kinds of technology for communication. We have a very different cultures, and those cultures have habits and, you know, ways to act that were very diverse. So I think, to answer your question, if it's societal norms, I think it would be extremely diverse. Now, if it's phase of development, like technology, I can see that it could have similarities, because we could follow the, you know, like you understand nature, observing nature, and then you're getting language and you're getting writing and you're organizing cities, and that happened many times. And like when you talk about physics, math, there doesn't matter which language, or if we lose everything, the math will be the same, the physics will be the same, the chemistry will be the same, just we'll have different expressions, different symbols to signify that. So in terms of science, I think the development will be the same. Now, societal norms will be very diverse.
But the technology, as in mobile communications on a person-to-person basis, I would think that most advancing civilizations would have a point in their history where they would encounter that. Computers, yeah. I think automated technology, certainly they should all encounter that if they're going to advance. And so, you know, developing a Facebook or a YouTube or something, I think those are just progression steps.
Okay.
So,
oh, Monroe, I wrote that. I don't know if you got it. Ask computer if there are extraterrestrial visitors.
I saw it. Ask computer if extraterrestrial visited Earth. I don't have to ask her.
Come on, just ask it, just to see what she says. So
okay.
We need to ask her a question.
Computer, have extraterrestrials visited Earth?
Here's something I found on the web. According to fanpeople.com, there is overwhelming evidence that planet Earth is being visited by intelligently controlled extraterrestrial spacecraft.
Overwhelming evidence. Huh.
According to whom?
You didn't catch that?
No.
Let's just say it's a fringe magazine.
Oh, okay.
She's just looking at the data that's available.
Okay.
If we're lucky, the aliens are here because their planet is short on carbon dioxide.
No, I think that's just another step in the progression of a civilization.
Yeah. No, so they need to mine the carbon dioxide from our atmosphere.
No, I think they're zoologists.
No. I would
think
say
they're zoologists, biologists, anthropologists, linguists. They're coming to visit just to see the weird zoo.
Yeah.
Yes. Now, I think they're studying it anthropologically. If they were far more experienced at studying our current state being primitive life on a variety of planets, then what would be their solution for our current dilemma? Obviously not releasing all the new technology to everyone at the same time. The paradigm shift would be intolerable. So what would you do?
I didn't get the question.
Yeah.
Okay. So assuming that Earth is just run of the mill, as in, yes, we have a society, we're trying to cope with advancements. We've got all sorts of social communication distress, conundrums, but that's not unique. All advancing civilizations undergo points in time where these kinds of things occur, because we've not developed anything remarkably unique, because it's all based upon the same math, physics, chemistry. So if you were to create a timeline of advancing civilizations, there's got to be a point at which they're doing personal communications, they're using computers, they've got social media communications, They've got large corporations that are driving things by consumerism and money and revenue and greed. And I just think of those.
No, that's a non sequitur. That's a non sequitur.
No,
To
no.
say that first there'll be individuals and then tribes and then agriculture and then an iron age and then chemistry and then radio waves and physics probably is true, but to say there'll be a social structure where there are those industries, I think that isn't necessarily as clear, because that depends on. I'm sorry?
I said I agree with you.
Oh, so you explain why.
No,
I'm
you were
talking too
doing
much.
very
You go ahead
well.
and because of
I think
evolution,
political
people
system
could.
doesn't necessarily evolve the same way as science does.
Yes, because
So
societal norms are different in many cultures. So if you see the indigenous cultures, they are sharing everything they know. All the technology depends how
Exactly. The evolution of culture is different, and even if the environment is different on a planet, then maybe the only way to survive is by cooperation, which to extent it is with people. The only way people can beat saber-toothed cats is by cooperating, but then they compete among each other. If there's a different set of environmental conditions in another planet, then maybe there's more cooperation and you don't reach a stage of that competition.
So why do you think we're unique?
I don't get it.
I didn't say we're unique.
I think we're quite
How can you know?
I think we're quite run-of-the-mill, and the problems we're having, I think any advancing civilization would encounter these same points, maybe at different points along the timeline, but they're going to come across the same things.
Because you have to remember that we as species, we are competing, we are territorial, we are violent, and
yes, exactly.
You could see other, societies that are different, that, industry would not exist if you have people cooperating. It's like that is no necessity. They're like before currency was invented, you exchange by, how you pronounce that? Barter. Yeah. So a society that is based on barter would do many things, but it would not be as you have to remember that, depending on the society, it's okay for me to own a mine, pollute the river, and go to jail because I did a crime, or I own a mine, pollute the river, and elect the politician to change the law so I won't go to jail.
Or make $50 million by polluting and then get a $1 million fine, and they announce in all the newspapers, we charged them the highest fine ever in history. They only paid $49 million on it. Yeah.
I think
so.
Some of
It's it depends what
nature.
kind of societal norms you have. So they would develop in a different manner, and I think that each society would be different if it's the societal norms. So I still keep my premise that science-wise, because everything is logical and A plus B equals C, science would develop in the same manner, because you need the prior knowledge to go forward in the knowledge, and the physics of this local universe is the same. So the science would develop in the same manner many times, depending how destructive is those societies. And just like ours that did many times. Now, societal norms would be totally diverse, because we find just in this planet, societal norms are totally diverse. Just now is that we are humanizing a little bit more, because we have personal technology that you can see people on other places, but not every places. And even with those, it's slowly, and everybody speaks a different language, and they have different clothing, and it's like, even if in the small planet you have so many examples of societal norms. Imagine, a galaxy full of, of civilizations.
So
Yeah, the
It-
societal differences depend on the nature of the being. What if they're
Yes.
like reptilian or avian? Maybe they would not bother trying to discover flight if they can already fly because they have wings.
exactly.
Or
They,
just
they
think
might need
about,
vessels for swimming.
yeah,
Yeah.
just think about the dolphins. Dolphins has this, the brain as big as ours, but they don't need develop technology because they have the whole ocean, and
They can't
they're-
develop
they have
technology. They have no
superpowers.
hands.
things.
And they can't be on land, and they don't have fire. But interestingly, Helen, they've developed a horrible, violent rape culture of capturing female dolphins. So
Yeah.
even being mammals without having technology, they find a
Yes.
way to be horrible and cruel.
Yes,
Yes.
and they're also very cruel when it comes to sport, because they've been known to essentially paralyze a fish, and then a group of them will punch it around like a
Yeah.
volleyball. None of them want to eat it; they just want to torture it.
Not much, not much empathy for you.
Right. So in Africa, there are nations that are skipping over landline communication. Their technology advances from not having personal communication to having mobile personal communication as their first form of electronic communication.
Oh,
So they
in
have no landline
Indonesia,
phones.
in Indonesia, in Colombia, that's all over, wherever they have mountain ranges.
Yes, but the next step that they took that to was the cell towers are not requiring wireline communication between them. They're actually extending the radio tower to tower. And the latest one is in the South Pacific, there are small islands that are putting in mobile communications that have no local infrastructure. They're using Starlink satellite communication as
Wow,
the
that's gonna
entire
be a
community's internet access.
That's gonna be a jump, like, in technology.
So there are places on the earth that are skipping our teething
smoke
steps.
signals to personal communication devices. They're jumping
Yes.
from, wow, that's a huge jump.
Yes. So social media is going to impact them much more strategically than it has impacted us up until maybe the last generation or so. So I think
Yes.
I think our current predicament would be expected to exist at some timeline point for any advancing civilization. So anthropologists from other worlds would prefer to study us rather than interact with us.
Yeah, well, what if there are two of those societies, and they both come here and try and recruit us to be part of their federation and gradually give us more powerful weapons to wipe out each other because one side supports the Venusians and one side supports the Martians. It's true. I saw it happen in Star Trek.
Prime
Yeah.
directive, they're not allowed to interfere.
Yes, exactly.
Yes, I think the prime directive in its absolute form is probably how a civilization would deal with this if they were 10,000 years more advanced than us.
But in our case, if I can profit, I could care less.
Yes. So if by virtue of a crash landing accident, humans were to reverse engineer some of their technology, what do you think they would do?
They
Nothing.
would.
What
Nothing.
would
They
humans
could
do or the
profit,
aliens?
they would. And if it could cause damage
No,
or
no, no, no.
contaminate
You're
people,
saying what would the humans do? I'm
Yes.
saying what would the extraterrestrials do if
it
we,
depends the societal norms of them.
have you seen the Star Trek Next Generation episode, Who Watches the Watchers?
I don't know if I remember.
The proto-Vulcan culture, that there was an electronic duck
Oh.
blind that failed,
Yeah,
and they had to convince them that they were advanced. We're not going to give you our toys. We think you can progress along just fine. We will continue to observe you, but now out in the open. What if these recent encounters that seem to be growing in occurrence are merely their way of saying, you've advanced far enough along, but not far enough, so we can drop the duck blind. You can see us. Our technology will be forever superior to yours for many thousands of years. So just get used to us being here. We're not malevolent.
I hope so.
Yeah. Well,
because we are.
Yeah. Zoo hypothesis. Keep your distance.
We are.
Keep your distance.
As a species, we are very dangerous.
Yeah, keep your distance. But how would we want to progress? Would we want them to give us maybe inklings of the toys? Maybe tell a few people some hurdles and how to cross them?
I don't know.
And if they look like us, how easily would it be for them to monitor us directly and to interact with us directly without showing their hand?
If they have that much power, they could mimic our appearance.
Yes. Or you could take the Gary 7 approach, which is hundreds to thousands of years ago, they took human beings from this planet and brought them forward, bringing them into understanding all of it. And now they're coming back to Earth to help us out as our monitors.
Yeah, or millions of years ago, they were evil spirits and they flew into volcanoes and then they took them and put them on the Earth to as punishments until they can go back and remember all the bad things they did.
Yeah. You know, colonies are always for punishment for people in jail.
I don't think Earth would be enough punishment if you were to violate some of their laws.
You know, you never know.
Well, a more advanced civilization wouldn't have a death penalty. It's a waste of resources.
Yes.
So if that's the case, they would find a way to make them where they could no longer be a complication or a threat to society. So where you would put them is in a very, very primitive time, not in an advancing culture.
Not to go into this.
Yeah, but I think for finalize, I don't know, and I worry because I don't know if they're really, you know, my only worry is the reverse, the power that is in the hands of people who don't deserve a power.
Well, if they did come here, if they did crash, if greedy humans did reverse their technology, they still have superior technology. So they could prevent things from getting too bad if they choose to do so. If they choose to do so. I hope so,
because remember that if we do research with animals and we are not empathic with them, we could, you know, drop something that could, you know, let's say you have like a bunch of, you know, monkeys and you give them a knife. They could never make a knife. They don't know how to use a forge. They don't know the technology, but they can use that knife to kill others. So, and then if I'm not empathic, they kill them. I'm just taking the knife of one of the monkeys, putting away, put him in a jail. And, you know, it's like, it wouldn't be no consequence, you know. It's difficult to, because if that's really happening, and if the government is making so much to hide, it's because they have something to hide. It's not, they're not worried about the public knowing and panicking. They don't worry about that. They could care less about panic. They actually profit with panic. What I really worry is that if they're fighting so much for secrets, if that happens, this really happened, you know, who are taking that power? Who is the hand that control that power?
You know, that's
people
the
who were-
only thing I disagree with you about a little bit. Everything else I agree with. I think there's no question who's taking the power. You don't need to worry if it's going to private industry for their own gratification or for their own use, because it obviously is. I think the only reason they would hide it is because, you know, they don't want the Russians to get it or this or that. It's a legitimate reason. But for sure, they sell it to business every day.
All right, anybody else want to say something before we go?
I want to thank one and all for the lively discussion and for sitting through my hour-long plus blathering. So next week
You
we'll
know
have a
what?
simpler.
I think you should divide the presentation and then put this discussion in another video, because this discussion was really fun.
No. I think what I'll do is at least split out the news segment so that there'll be one that has everything and then one that has minus the news, which seems to draw more attention. And if it's this topic and they don't have to wait 40 minutes to go through news, and they can just get to the meat of it and then, you know, watch the last hour and a half of it as just conversation, I think that we might get some views.
Okay.
So.
Oh,
Well,
that's the
mention
part.
mention on the video on the bottom that more lively discussions after, you know, and put the timestamp.
I'll try to remember. All right, then.
All right. Have
Thanks,
a good night. Thank you for
everyone.
the presentation.
Good night.
Bye.
Thank
Good
you.
night.
Good night.